Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Thousand Oaks Planning Commission meeting of March 13th, 2017. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner McMahon?
Here.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
Commissioner Pletcher?
Here.
Chair Newman?
Here. A member of staff who has been delayed for a short time, so we're going to rearrange the items on the agenda a bit and proceed with the items that we can do right now. That begins with public comments. At this time, I'd like to invite any member of the public to come address the commission on matters of concern to the commission that are not on our agenda this evening. I do not have any public speaker cards. If there is anyone who wants to speak, this is a good opportunity. Yes, sir. For the question is about speaking for the ADUs. We do have public speaker cards for that. This period of our hearing is for items that are not on the agenda, other issues of interest. But as long as you've filled out a speaker card, you'll have your opportunity to speak out on the ADU issue. Okay, let's see. So we'll skip over the new business section of the meeting for now. We'll skip over the new business for now and move ahead to written comments, announcements, and continuances from Mr. Town.
Thank you, Chairman Newman. We have two supplemental packets that went out with regard to tonight's discussion of accessory dwelling units. One was issued last Thursday with some proposed changes to the minor changes overall to the proposed ordinance. And then also we issued a second supplemental packet this afternoon, and that as well makes some minor corrections to the proposed ordinance. And again, both have to do with the accessory dwelling unit item.
Thank you, Mr. Town. The next item on the agenda is Community Development Department reports and referrals. And again, we go to Mr. Town.
I actually had none at this time.
Schedule?
Pardon?
Schedule?
Let me go ahead and talk about the schedule in terms of upcoming meetings. We have nothing currently planned at our next meeting date of March 27th. However, we do have two cases at least planned for April 10th. An item involving Thousand Oaks Toyota, as well as a recreational use at an existing shopping center on Moore Park Road, that is the Jan's Marketplace. We also did include on page 35 of your packet a couple of items that the Commission has weighed in on and that the City Council has also either weighed in on or will. One includes commercial marijuana activities. The urgency ordinance was finalized by City Council on on March 14th, and also the City Council will hold a hearing on the Forestry Master Plan and Forestry Element Update on April 11th.
We will now resume the regularly scheduled order of business for our meeting and go to new business. Tonight on the agenda includes two very important items, starting with the oath of office to be sworn in our new planning commissioner, Mr. Don Lanson. Mr. Steve Kearns of the Community Development Department staff has been deputized to act as clerk this evening. So, Mr. Lanson, if you would please join him at the podium to be sworn in.
Mr. Lanson, can you please raise your right hand? Do you, Don Lanson, solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter? You solemnly swear.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Commissioner. Please join us and take your seat within the commission. And while you're joining us and your new name tag is being applied, I welcome comments from commissioners. Commissioner Nichols.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Lanson. Commissioner Lanson, it's nice to have you on board. I'm just a little concerned that we've got all the heavyweight attorneys on that side of the dais. We may have to make some adjustments here, but nonetheless, welcome. I've already heard some good things about you and what you can bring to this group. I know you have a rich heritage here in the community as well as professionally, and I look forward to your contributions. So please don't be shy and feel free to use that mic frequently. Welcome aboard.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. It was getting lonely over here, having a seat empty between me and the rest of the commission. But I certainly echo my fellow commissioners' comments and want to add that I had a great opportunity to speak with Councilmember McCoy about your nomination, and he spoke very highly. Had everything positive to say and spoke very highly of your qualifications, and both, expected to the commission, but also in the community, and your background here in Thousand Oaks and what you've done with and for the community. So I certainly want to welcome you. I look forward to working with you, and I guess, it is a little lopsided on this end, but I'll gladly come sit over there if you really want me to. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It just means that we don't have to repeat the lawyer jokes more than once. Commissioner McMahon.
I just want to echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioners. Welcome. It's good to have you.
And I, too, would like to echo what the other commissioners have said in welcoming you here tonight. I know you've already done quite a bit of reading to prepare just to be here. And based on your past service, based on your record, I'm sure you'll make an excellent addition. And I'm delighted that we're back at full strength as a commission. So again, welcome. And if there are any comments you'd like to make, please do so.
Push that thing, right? Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank the fine gentleman for the emergency deputizing and reading. You had a much more difficult job than I did. I just want to say initially, I'm so honored and proud to be part of this process. I love this city. We've lived here for 21 years, and I could not be more honored to be part of this process, and I take this very seriously. And I take it with understanding that we serve a great purpose for the city. I want to obviously thank Councilman McCoy for having the belief and faith in me. I take that very seriously. I didn't meet him before the interview process, and I found him to be a very engaging person and had really great vision of the city, and I really appreciate the respect and trust that he placed in me, and I, again, take that very seriously, and I'll live up to that. I wanted to acknowledge former Commissioner Alexander. I never had a chance to meet him, but I understand that he did a lot of great things for the city and unfortunately was not able to continue on. I know I have big shoes to fill in that regard, and I want to make sure that he's acknowledged as part of that process. I want to thank all of you anticipatorily for putting up with me. My friends and colleagues know that I sometimes can push issues, and again, that's part of what I do, and I hope we all can work together and find ways to do things. But again, I thank each of you. I actually had a chance to see some of the past hearings and see the dedication that each of you have towards this process, and I hope to emulate that as much as I can. We're blessed here to have a great staff. I read the packets, obviously, for tonight and for previous meetings, and we have an amazing staff that puts together so much information, and I don't think we focus on that. And I want to specifically thank Mr. Town, Mr. Shepard, Mr. He here for the orientation that I went through to make sure I understand what's going on and to give me the thousands of pages of documents that have been my hobby for the last month. And then finally, it's not often you get to publicly recognize your family. I have my beautiful wife, Hollis, my amazing daughter, Madison, here, and my son, Matthew, that's taking the boards in med school tomorrow. They're the backbone of who I am, and I really want to make sure they understand how much I appreciate everything they do for me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to your family, our condolences for taking him away from you for significant amounts of time every couple of weeks. I also want to, before we move on, I want to acknowledge the contributions of staff, as Commissioner Lanson noted, two staff members in particular tonight. One is Mr. Kearns for his excellent job standing in as clerk. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Clerk. I'd also like to recognize Commissioner Don Nichols, who's been, Doug Nichols, sorry, who's been reappointed as commissioner and has always brought the deepest and most learned amount of context to every planning commission meeting I've ever attended. So I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say we're really glad you're here. All right. With that, we'll move to our next item of business, which is the Our next order of business is the nomination and election of a vice chair, as that position is currently open. So I would be happy to take nominations for that post. Commissioner Nichols.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a few comments, but also I noticed there was another item of public comments to the new commissioner. I didn't know if there's anybody that cared to speak on behalf of the new commissioner.
Yes, my apologies for that oversight. If there's any member of the public who would like to address the commission, the new commissioner, or the rest of us, this is your opportunity to do so. All right. Thank you for pointing that out, and I believe you have some comments too about the vice chair position.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just found it quite humbling that having served now one full 4-year term, that I am the senior-most member on the Planning Commission, which seems atypical. I'll leave Mr. Town to verify that, but it seems like we've had a rich heritage of lengthy services in the past. At least my memory serves me that we've had a number of individuals that have served multiple terms. So I just found it very humbling that, but then I also look at what has happened unexpectedly so with a number of unanticipated resignations, family issues that affect us all. And we certainly will miss those individuals that have moved on. But I just thought it'd be a good opportunity just to share with what I can recollect in my 4 years of this process. And I'll leave Mr. Town or Mr. Heher to fill in with some of the more legal aspects of it. But my understanding is that there's no formal process as far as how someone attains vice chair or chair, that it's somewhat of an informal rotationary process just based on people's time of service. And obviously with having this very much a staggered step, in fact, and looking at the list of times of service here, I've noticed that we've got 3 commissioners that have been with us for less than 1 year, which just astounds me. Of course, I know you bring a significant amount of work because we have some traffic commission experience, which goes a long, long time. So it's not that we are necessarily new. And I know Mr. Lanson, while it's his first day, also brings a lot of history to the community. So it's not like we're starting with rookies that have never played the game, so to speak. I think people can bring a lot to the table, and I don't mean to dismiss that at all. I don't mean to dismiss that at all. But just being familiar with the process. So that said, I just can remember when I served as the commission, as chair. It was also due to a change of personnel, and so I started mid-season, so to speak, and served about 9 months. And then Darrell Reynolds took over for a short period, and then she left when she moved, which brought us up to Mr. Newman, Commissioner Newman, our current chair, and now he's served for a rather atypical term. So if you're looking for what's happened recently, that kind of flies in the face of what's typically happened in the past. But just so folks are aware that it's typically a year, as people become available and are interested and want to serve the commission in that regard. That's typically how it's moved. We've tried to make adjustments as best possible, understanding how the terms have been juggled quite a bit, and it's just a matter of flexing. So I just bring that to the commission stance that if you want to know, hey, how have we done things in the past? I say, well, we're kind of beyond that because of the way things have happened over the last 3 cycles of chairs. And it's just a matter of kind of going with where we are and moving forward and hopefully setting the course as much as we can to be somewhat of a traditional process and then going forward from here. So I just wanted to share that in. Mr. Town, if you wanted to add anything as far as some of your history here as well, we'd certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. That was a great series of observations and comments. The fact is that we've had an unexpected number of resignations from the commission in the last year. Mr. Turpel and Ms. Reynolds and Mr. Alexander for personal reasons. And so that has staggered the chair and vice chair to some degree. The Planning Commission rules call for the chair and vice chair to be elected at the first regular meeting of each year. So that's the intent, but when you have mid-year resignations, then things get a little out of sync. Because of that, the Planning Commission rules and how they're worded, the intent clearly is that the commission chair and the vice chair would serve 1-year terms. And so when we have these mid-year changes, we typically delay the next chair election until that person has served a full year. And that's just to give the chair an opportunity to fully become immersed in that role. And so in this case tonight, we have a vacant vice chair because Mr. Alexander was the vice chair and he was the most recent member on the commission to have had to leave. And I do fully anticipate that at the first meeting of next year, in January 2018, that we will then get back into a regular cycle of electing the chair and vice chair the same evening. And obviously we wanted also to wait, even if it was under different circumstances, to have a full commission and for Mr. Lanson to be seated. Typically we will delay the votes as well until we have a full commission back in force, and that we finally do tonight. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, both Commissioner Nichols and Mr. Town, for that context. I think it's very helpful in understanding how we select chair and vice chair positions. I just quickly add too that aside from signing a few documents at the end and talking, microphone even more, than there's really no special designation conferred on a vice chair or a chair. We're all just commissioners here. So with that, I'll open up the floor to nominations for our vice chair slot. Commissioner McMahon.
Well, I'm too new. And so I'm looking towards our our senior commissioner, and so I will nominate our senior commissioner for vice chair. How does that?
Discussion? Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, if you can state which commissioner by
I'm
name
sorry.
that you're...
Commissioner Nichols. I'm sorry. Too informal here.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we don't formally second nominations, but I certainly welcome the opportunity to have Commissioner Nichols step back into that role as vice chair. I think it certainly is very telling, the chair's comments about your service to this commission in just a short or long 4 years, depending on how you look at it, with the reading and everything. But I know for me, I certainly learn a tremendous amount of information with each passing meeting. I think you're a wise resource. I mean, most notably as recent as our forestry master plan. I mean, your comments are very telling with your background and your knowledge. This commission certainly only gets better by having you back in that role, and I for one, I welcome it.
Other comments? I want to echo what Commissioner Pletcher just said about Commissioner Nichols' wealth of experience. There's always something that comes up on a case, and Commissioner Nichols will say, well, yeah, we did deal with that issue 23 years ago, and that case came out this way. And just knowing all that context is really invaluable. So I'm very happy to support this nomination. I also want to say to all the other commissioners here, and nothing personal, Commissioner Lanson, I'm not, just because you're new here tonight. The sitting commissioners prior to tonight, I feel very confident that any of you could step into the vice chair or chair role and do the job competently and with good experience and have the same good outcomes that we're having. So I'm very glad that we have this
Thank you.
collegial atmosphere that we all work together well as a unit, and looking forward to continuing that under Commissioner Nichols' vice chairmanship. Are there any other comments? Please vote. If you could vote one more time, please.
Motion passed 5-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice Chair. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, fellow commissioners. I just want to make one caveat with what Chair Newman said. He says it doesn't make us any more special, which is correct. However, I must say that when you are sitting in the chair seat, you are juggling a lot of activities while trying to focus on what you wanted to say about the case at the same time, and you're doing an admirable job, and I just want to thank you for that. I do enjoy being able to be over here and not have to do that, but I also enjoy that as well. And I'm looking forward to being able to see the rest of us have that opportunity, and just to kind of direct activities, so to speak. But look forward to it, and thank you again for your support.
Thank you. And given that we've had more than the normal amount of excitement so far this evening, let's take a short break. We'll have a reception in the lobby to welcome our new commissioner and our new vice chair, and we will reconvene shortly after the reception. We're adjourned temporarily. And we are back. Will the clerk please call case 7A?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 7A regarding case MCA 2016-70540. Applicant, City of Thousand Oaks. Request to modify the secondary dwelling unit section of the municipal code to comply with new state legislation. Location, citywide.
Thank you. And presenting this case for staff this evening, Ms. Pizzotti. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and members of the Commission, and also congratulations and warm welcome to Commissioner Lanson. Before you tonight is a municipal code amendment that was initiated by City Council in January of this year. Because the state has recently introduced certain mandatory requirements to deal with statewide housing shortages, staff is requesting that you recommend approval of this amendment to City Council in order to comply with the recently adopted state laws regarding accessory dwelling units. Excuse me. Staff is requesting to update City's current ordinances to meet state's requirements, which include retitling City's existing terminology from secondary dwelling units, or SDU, to accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, throughout the municipal code, and to add certain new terminologies and definitions. Let's take a quick look at the legislative history on accessory dwelling units. In 2002, state law was changed mandating all municipalities to ease their requirements on accessory dwelling units. In 2003, City adopted an ordinance complying with the state law and relaxed its requirements significantly, including changing the review method from discretionary to ministerial. Before 2003, secondary dwelling units were only allowed in limited circumstances through a special use permit process. In 2016, the state passed another series of new laws that required municipalities to further relax their requirements. Enactment of these new laws led to the initiation of the MCA before you. So what is an ADU? An ADU is a second but smaller dwelling unit on the same property as a single-family dwelling, and it serves as an accessory to the main house. ADUs come in three types: junior, attached, and detached. So first, junior accessory dwelling units. This type of dwelling unit is one that already exists within the living area of a house, which is repurposed as an independent living unit. As you can see on the slide, the entire footprint of the house, with the red area representing the junior accessory dwelling unit. It's within it. Next is the attached accessory dwelling units. This type of dwelling unit is an addition that's connected to the main house. It can be a new addition, but it can also be a new space built over an existing garage if development standards allow second story in the neighborhood. And they can also be built through conversion of an existing attached garage. Detached accessory dwelling units. This type of dwelling unit is an addition but not connected to the main house. It can take the form of a completely new detached addition or conversion of an existing detached structure to be used as an independent living unit. City's current ordinance addressing accessory dwelling units was enacted to comply with the state laws affecting these types of units. Within its discretion, city established a variety of restrictions in terms of type, size, height, parking, and of course, city followed state's requirements to review applications by ministerial process. Since 2003, California has faced a housing shortage. As a result, new state laws were enacted in late 2016 to expand the availability and use of accessory dwelling units. The laws went into effect as of January 1st, 2017. Local agencies are encouraged to amend their current ordinances to comply with the new laws. The new ordinances must allow certain standards applicable to all ADUs, and at the same time, state provides agencies some discretion to be sensitive to their city's development character and needs. For the most part, the new state laws remained as they were in 2003. However, certain new requirements were added that apply to all ADUs. Some of the key requirements include continuing with ministerial review, not requiring a passageway, reducing the parking requirements, or becoming more flexible with the parking requirements, not requiring fire sprinklers if none were required for the primary residence, and not requiring new connection fees for utility charges under certain circumstances. One of the main features of the new laws is parking flexibility for ADUs. Generally, local agencies cannot impose parking requirements for any ADU that meets any of the following scenarios. If the ADU is part of an existing primary residence, if it's part of an existing accessory structure, if it's within a half a mile of a public transit or 1 block of a car share center, if one street parking is by permit only and not available to the ADU's occupants, or if it's within an architecturally and historically significant district. For ADUs that don't fit into the scenarios that I just mentioned, 1 space per bedroom can be required, which can be in any configuration, including some setback areas, but only in locations determined by the local agency as to be appropriate locations on the property. And if a garage or carport is demolished in conjunction with the construction of an ADU, parking spaces can be replaced in any configuration on the same lot, again, as determined by the local agency. Within the statutory scheme, a local agency has authority and discretion to modify certain required elements of the ADUs. City has authority to establish the size of all 3 types of ADUs within the state's general guidelines. City also has the ability to designate areas where ADUs can be constructed, set height limits and require architectural compatibility, require development standards typically imposed for residential units, and require owner occupancy of one of the units in either the main dwelling or in the ADU. There's no question that ADUs will increase housing options, especially for small families, multi-generational families, and families requiring specialized care. The trade-off is the increase in population density and may create more noise, privacy issues, and congestion, and overall modify neighborhood characteristics. Okay, now I'm going to discuss staff's recommendation and modification of our current ordinances to meet the state's new requirements while keeping our city's character. Junior accessory dwelling units. State has introduced a new type of ADU called junior accessory dwelling unit. Every municipality must allow junior ADUs within their community. Staff is recommending amending existing ordinances to address junior ADUs and include the state's definition. However, staff is recommending for junior ADUs to have a minimum of 220 square feet to a maximum of 500 square feet. The size recommendation is in keeping with our current SDU ordinance. Attached ADUs, under state's new scheme, attached ADUs will have slightly different requirements than detached ADUs, especially in the area of certain setback requirements. Staff recommends to establish the size of the attached ADUs to be the same as junior ADUs, with a minimum of 220 square feet to a maximum of 500 square feet, and not allowing second-story addition in neighborhoods that are predominantly limited to one story. State law does allow local agencies to require preferred sizing and height, application of certain setbacks, requiring owner occupancy and other development standards, as long as these requirements do not deny an applicant addition of one of the three types of the ADUs. Detached ADUs, currently city does not allow any detached accessory dwelling units. However, city must comply with state's new laws and allow for such buildings as long as they meet city's development standards. The state requirements and city's discretionary powers for detached ADUs is very similar to those for attached ADUs. Staff is recommending a similar exercise of discretionary powers for detached ADUs. Therefore, staff recommends preferred sizing and height, application of certain setbacks on other existing ordinances, and owner occupancy for one of the units. In the case of detached ADUs, staff is recommending a larger maximum size for the junior ADUs than junior ADUs and attached ADUs. The maximum size of 600 is based on the current size of an average one-bedroom apartment within the city's housing market. To help demonstrate that the recommended maximum size of 600 can easily accommodate comfortable living, this slide shows a typical floor plan of an approximately 600 square foot one-bedroom unit. Once Planning Commission considers tonight's MCA and makes a recommendation, the recommendation will be referred to City Council for a final action and adoption of the ordinance. Per Public Resources Code, legislative items are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. Staff recommends that Planning Commission recommend to City Council to approve tonight's municipal code amendment as set forth in the proposed ordinance. This concludes staff presentation. Staff and a whole team of other staff members are here to answer questions and address concerns from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bizzatti, for your presentation. Commissioners, are there questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bizzatti, nice to have you with us this evening. We don't get to see you very often. Nice to have you. Can you describe, as best you can, the difference between an attached accessory dwelling unit and a second single-family dwelling on a parcel? Obviously, it would have to be of the size and zoning that would be appropriate. How would one distinguish one from the other?
Are you talking about an attached versus a junior accessory dwelling unit, which used to be called a secondary dwelling unit?
No, I'm thinking of an actual detached accessory dwelling unit in comparison with a detached second single-family dwelling on a property that's of the size and zoning where one would be permitted.
So a detached accessory dwelling unit versus an detached accessory structure?
No,
sorry, I'm not understanding.
We have some rare situations in the city where the zoning is such and the lot size is such where someone could build a second single-family dwelling on the property. But is there something physically different or by code defined different between those? Is it just size, or is there something that would distinguish? How would we know if it's actually a second single-family dwelling on the property, or just a detached accessory dwelling unit?
Well, the zoning for a residential lot that would allow a second second home would be different than single-family dwellings that would allow an accessory accessory dwelling unit. So you might have an R2 would allow a duplex, but in this case, these are for single-family lots that allow this accessory structure. So the difference would be the zoning.
So that would be the predominant distance. So,
Sure,
so
yes.
we'll typically see these in an R1 zone then.
No, it could be in any of the residential zones.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And let's see, I'm kind of skipping around a little bit. On I think it's the supplemental packet number 2. On, item 12 on page 3 of 3 says, staff's recommendation is owner occupancy for all ADUs in order to ensure sound property maintenance, etc. I'm trying to distinguish that from the tables that, table 3 and table 4 in the packet on page 7 and page 8, where rental is permitted. It says may be rented, not to be sold separately, rental. So they're all to be rented. However, this says owner occupancy for all ADUs. So I'm trying to decipher what owner occupancy means as opposed to the permission to rent.
Owner occupancy means that one of the units may be rented. It could be either the accessory dwelling unit or the main house, but the homeowner would need to live in one of the units.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
they cannot be sold separately, but they can be rented as long
Okay.
as the homeowner lives in one of the units.
I understand. And then on that same page, item number 14, in reference to the junior units, it's the question was talking about some language, but I was curious as to the requirements for exterior entrance and interior connection. So for the junior units, if I'm understanding this correctly, they do not need to require a bathroom. Is
That's
that correct?
Yes.
So would they need to provide a kitchen or anything else, or could this just be like a bedroom?
They would need to require at least an efficiency kitchen. But they don't need to provide the bathroom. They can share the bathroom with the main dwelling.
Okay.
But a kitchen would be required for it to be considered an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay. And even though this junior unit is built within the confines of the existing floor plan, that they still are required an exterior entrance.
That's right.
And that could be a second floor entrance or a first floor, so it could be an exterior stairwell
It could, yes.
or just an
Or an
at-grade
interior, some kind of an interior connection to the second
floor. Okay.
dwelling unit or the
But the
accessory dwelling.
interior and exterior are required
That's
entrances to the junior unit.
right. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm getting a better picture of this. Thank you. Now, as far as the detached dwelling unit size, the recommendation is for 600 square feet maximum. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any consideration given to floor to area ratio where if you have larger lots, larger homes, that you could have a larger ADU? If so, what did you conclude? And if not, why not?
No, we looked at the existing detached accessory structure size, and 600 is pretty much what we have analyzed as a proper size for single-family homes, and so we went with that. And also, 600 is typical of a one-bedroom unit within the city, like a one-bedroom apartment. 600 is on the lower side, it's on the lower range, but it is a comfortable living situation. So we wanted to make sure that we don't bring congestion to the neighborhoods and also keep the one-family residential feel to the neighborhoods.
Was the intention then to try and maintain it as a one-bedroom unit as opposed to a multi-bedroom unit?
A one-bedroom or a two-bedroom, maximum two-bedroom. If they can fit a two-bedroom, small, it would be small, but if they can fit a two-bedroom within it, then yes, that would be possible.
Okay. I'm just thinking, for example, some of our homes where we have estate-sized lots, where an acre or more,
Yes.
And some of the homes are, maybe 5 to 10,000 square feet. It would seem that a larger ADU might be appropriate for some of those larger lots. But you're still recommending as staff to maintain that 600 square foot maximum.
That's correct. We want to make it for either a small family. This is what the rationale was, to keep these for small families or for caretakers or grandparents. And not necessarily bring in, because bigger units mean more people, and it could impact our neighborhoods.
Okay. And in reference to the parking, if I remember correctly, that if parking is required, that a property owner could use a parking space on their existing driveway and dedicate that if it were of the size that would fit. Is that correct?
They could, yes.
Okay, so if they have a existing home, 2-car garage, and they decide to put an ADU, wherever that happens to be, staff determines an additional parking spot is located somewhere, and the driveway can accommodate it, there's nothing else they would need to do for parking.
Right.
Okay, so they wouldn't have to meet any of those other requirements. Okay. And is the junior ADU the only ADU that does not require a bathroom?
Yes.
Okay.
The other two would require separate bathroom facilities.
And for the attached ADU, that does not require an entrance into the interior of the existing primary unit?
I believe it does.
It does
I'll
require?
have to check on that, yeah, but I believe they all require a separate entrance.
So they would require an exterior entrance, but
Yes.
does it require connection to the existing
No.
unit? Okay,
The attached does not require,
okay.
right, but
Okay.
only the junior requires interior access.
And the primary purpose is for bathroom purposes then?
Yes.
For the requirement for that, okay. Okay, got that. I think that's good for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions? Commissioner McMahon.
I just had a question about the wording, and it's on our, the emails that we sent. It was number 14, and I struggled with this. Well, actually, if you look at the packet, it's on page 15, item B1. I feel like that it's not very clear, and when I asked my question, you clarified it for me that it was referring to the main living area of the main house, and so I had misunderstood it and thought they were referring to the area of the junior accessory dwelling. So perhaps we could clarify it so if someone else has trouble with it, and maybe put the main living area of the primary residence or something, so that someone else who's not as familiar with this language.
Main entrance to the structure within an interior
Entry to the main
entry to
living area.
the primary home or primary house.
That would be helpful.
Living area. Okay.
That would be helpful. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pletcher.
Just a request for clarification. Could you reread whatever amendment or changes the commissioner is proposing, just so I can make sure I have it in my notes?
If I may, Chair, I think if you go to page 15 of the packet, it's under section 9-4.2521.1 under B, subdivision 1. The last portion of that should read entry to the main living area of the primary residence. And I would agree with Ms. McMahon. We went over this a couple of times because it's a little bit confusing when you read it, but we're taking that from the code.
Thank you for that clarification. First off, I mean, there's a lot of discussion in our packet about essentially what I'll just call the Airbnb housing and the fact of the 30 consecutive days or more for rentals. And I understand the legislative intent behind what these ADU units are for. They're not really meant for the Airbnb weekend rental. Since it kind of develops that larger issue, I'm just curious, has the city dealt with Airbnb rentals as of yet? I know cities such as Santa Monica and a lot of other California cities have touched on that. I just request, if I could get some clarification.
If I may, Chair, great question. I would say right now, certainly you can read our code, our old code, to indicate that Airbnb or vacation rentals are not permitted. It's a little bit unclear because it's an older code. We have debated whether or not we want to change our code. Currently, we have not brought that to your attention or to City Council's attention as far as presenting something. We are right now, I would just say, frankly, at see what happens with this use and if it's going to increase in Thousand Oaks area. Again, places like San Francisco, San Diego, Malibu, of course, destination places certainly have concerns of the high number of such things. But when you look for vacation rentals, you're also looking at whether you want to permit or require TOT, that tax to bring because it's more like a hotel or that type of use. And so there's a number of factors that go into it of collection, policy, review, inspections, various things. And so we've been looking at that. But I will tell you the reasoning for staff's recommendation prohibiting rentals of less than 30 days certainly is because we were looking at vacation rentals and not sure at this time what staff's recommendation would be if we bring it to Planning Commission. But also we're looking at what the state has requested us to do with this amendment. And that is the focus of the amendment from the state is to increase California's low-cost housing. And when you look at, and I'll give you the Government Code Section 65852.150, when you look at that statute, it talks about the reason why they're amending this code, and it talks about students, the elderly, caregiving, families, granny flats. It talks about those purposes. And again, the focus is always going to be to provide lower cost housing. And to me, that has a ring of permanency of a long-term rental, not a short-term persons renting their house out for vacation type of uses, because you can think about the people who are renting that are not necessarily going to be committed and entrenched in their location. They're not living here. They're visiting, if you will. And so that's really why our position was to look at this as more of a long-term beyond the 30 days, which is what we would require for that purpose. The other thing is that the state does specifically allow the city to have that option. It doesn't say you have to or do not have to. It just says that we have the option to prohibit less than 30-day rentals. And so we took that also as a sign of it's consistent with their purpose that they announce regarding the lower cost living requirements and that position for it.
So just for clarification, that was considered by the legislature.
Absolutely. Again, the legislative amendment says the city has an option to prohibit it. But then when I looked at the purpose, again, we're going with a recommendation here. But the reasoning behind that recommendation is because when we look at the purpose that they stated for this, because again, you have to realize that the state now has mandated that the city change their ordinance. It's a mandate. It's not it's a requirement. And if we do not, then the state law is the one that we have to follow. And so that's where it gives you these range of, for example, the big ones that we're going to talk about tonight, and we're talking about tonight, are the size. And we talked about the reason for the 600 square feet. We talked about this 30-day issue. And so we're looking at what the state provides us as far as options, and then we're analyzing those options. For the rest, we are, for example, the biggest one is we have to allow detached rentals now. And that was different than our code before. And so now you have this new use that's going to be expanded into a backyard. I guess possibly a side yard as well if it could fit. And when we look at that, that's why we talk about the size, and we talked about the 600 feet. Again, staff recommendation is 600 feet because we're looking at an apartment. And we did talk about and thought about, well, if you have a bigger lot. But then what happens is if you get a bigger lot, then are you really going to be opening the door for more analysis? But again, this is ministerial. And not just ministerial, but what that means is there is no planning commission review. And so when you get to a different size, now you're looking at, is there a reason for that different size? Can someone argue that there's a need in their case to ask for a change to allow a different size because you allowed for certain situations? And if you look at their particular facts, maybe they can meet that requirement. And we can't go through that process. And two, that's why we're really focused on, let's look at how this is going to be first before we expand it to increase. If we think there's a need for it, and you guys think there's a need for it, then maybe that's what we look at. But right now we're starting at conservative, certainly, but also it's, again, the state has given us this power to analyze and come with numbers. It doesn't say it must be 1,200 square feet. It says, here's a range, 220, 1,200. And so what we did, of course, as Mr. Town and Marjan said, is we went to, hey, what's an apartment look like here in our area? And so that's the reason for that size as well.
So I guess it leads it to my next question. Is there anything built into the state law about enforceability of preventing someone from putting up one of these units into a neighborhood and then turning around and putting it on Airbnb? Or, doing something that, goes against the spirit of what the law was trying to attack?
Sure. I will tell you, it is a difficult task, and the reason why is because there's no, there's not an easy process for when you have people who want to cheat the system to necessarily catch them. There's like any kind of violation, you would go through an investigation. You would hope to lay a foundation for the evidence that you can find and make sure that the evidence would be admissible, and then show your reasons why this is a violation of our code. Simply similar to other things, I would say, in which you have a code violation, but it's very difficult because it's interior, very difficult to prove. But you take those steps to say, what do I need to do to evaluate, is this true? So we do a complaint basis in our city. You get a complaint that someone's doing this, we investigate it, and we say, okay, is this a accessory dwelling unit? Yes. Okay, do we think that they're using this in a proper way, doing vacation rentals? What's our proof? And do that kind of analysis.
I'm going to just keep harping on it. I'm sorry. My next question just involves, really from, I guess this is directly to you, Mr. City Attorney, the reasonable use of someone's property to not allow the 30-day rentals on site for these new units. I mean, is that considered a reasonable use that would pass muster as far as any pending lawsuits, because any ongoing litigation and such?
I think the answer is yes, because in the new amendment, the state is very clear that there is this goal of providing lower cost housing. So when we talk about architectural guidelines, we talk about parking is another one where if our code is so restrictive that we start to unreasonably prohibit the use of accessory dwelling units, that's where the state says they're going to take another look at that. And in fact, once this amendment is gone through the system, through the city council, the city is required to actually send the ordinance to the state for review. And so a lot of these things that we change here might be reviewed by the state in some short period of time. But with that, because the state says these are requirements that we think that if you follow these requirements, we believe that if you follow the letter of the law, and look at the options that they gave us, that as long as we don't think that those kind of steps would be prohibitive of this need or purpose of lower cost housing. And therefore, because they actually said, we're going to give you the option for prohibiting 30-day rentals or less, I think that gives us our answer that we are allowed to do that, and it's not going to be considered by the state as an unreasonable impingement on this need.
Thank you very much for the clarification. My raised concerns were obviously for neighbors of the area, of people who would put these dwelling units in. as well as just research of what companies like Airbnb are, I know they are attacking some cities and filing suits against some cities for an unreasonable use of property. So I certainly wanted to make sure we were on good, solid footing. I guess my next question, let me find it. On page 9 of our packet, discussing the parking requirements, in the last full paragraph, last sentence of the full paragraph, I'll just read it and just get staff's, I'm just curious. It says there are approximately 115 bus stops in Thousand Oaks, therefore many applicants would not be required to provide additional parking for an ADU. I just want to, beyond the quantifying the 115 bus stops, as staff looked at, I mean, how many residential units would this objectively, throw a number out there, cover? I'm just curious how much, looking at our city in general.
Well, I would say perhaps half would fall, and we have about 48,000 dwelling units in the city, so 24,000.
Okay. And I believe if I read that right, there is no definition for public transit as far as what the state law says. Is it just, from your understanding of it, is it just as of now limited to just bus stops?
Yes, that's how we kind of defined it. But there is a definition of public transit. I would have to find it and read it to you, but there is a definition in the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's certainly okay. I think that's it for right now, actually. In the city attorney's long answers, he took out a few of my other questions, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lansing.
The great thing about listening to all this, most of you took my questions, but I did have a few. Speaking of which, Commissioner Pletcher was looking at the transit issue. Staff has determined a half mile by virtue of somebody walking. Is that done at the counter when somebody comes in? Do you look at a Google map and figure out if they're within a half mile from a walking distance, or how is that done?
If it's available, yes. If not, we would have to physically go out there and drive it and find out what the half a mile would,
Okay.
be.
I sense that some enterprising people will get together and form companies to make prefabricated ADUs and try to go to various cities and promote this as a new business idea. And my concern to some extent is the architectural design. They may come to some homeowners and say, I have 2 prefabricated things that are great for every possible ADU concept. Is this the only definitional architectural design information that's provided to a homeowner at the time they want to put one up?
Yes, we would have to meet a lot of development standards before they can build one of these. So we would look at all kinds of setbacks, development standards, architectural compatibility. So it would go through a scrutiny before they're permitted.
Okay. And my last question actually was a question that was probably for Mr. He here. It was in terms of, I get the benefit of living not in just one HOA, but 2, a sub-association. My question being ultimately is, how do these rules deal with HOA requirements?
All right, for this question, I'm going to give you just my opinion because I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be litigated. I think probably within the next 2 or 3 years for sure. And this is just, again, I'm going to just give you my analysis. And one of the reasons I'm doing that is because when you look at HOAs, you're looking at a private contract that a homeowners association has with the residents in that community that have agreed by contract to follow a set rule of covenants or contract documents as to architecture and things of that nature. And so the reason why I bring it, I mention that is because when you look at some of the laws that we have had to adopt or review in the last few years, 2 of them come to stand out. One of them is the Solar Rights Act, in which under Civil Code Section 714, under the Solar Rights Act, an HOA is not allowed to create a covenant or a contract that prohibits solar. And the reason why they changed that was because, again, HOAs had very restrictive architectural guidelines, and some of them at some point in time said, no solar on the roof. This is what the roof is going to look like. This is the color of the tile, and you can't change it. And over time, they realized that they needed to put more teeth into the Solar Right Act, and so they, under, again, Civil Code Section 714, they specifically created a clause to say if you have any type of covenant or contract or language or deed restriction that prohibits solar, it's null and void. And so any portion of a CCNR that currently would have that, and I frankly doubt that any of them have it anymore based on the law, it would be null and void. Similarly, there's another type of use that's now considered a single-family use, and we brought this up a couple of times in the past, and that is drug and rehab facilities with 6 beds or less, for patients of 6 beds or less. And under Health and Safety Code 11834.25, again, the legislature said we need to change or add a clause to state that such a use is considered a single-family use. And any covenant, any deed restriction, any contract, like an HOA, CCNRs, that prohibits that is null and void because it should be considered a single-family residence, and of course, that's what would be permitted under that law. So in looking at those two clauses, then, we look at the current amendments that they have, and they do not have such a clause at this time. And so my opinion, again, this is just my opinion, and I think it's going to be litigated, is that they had a chance to put that clause in there. They've had 2 great examples that have been litigated numerously in California for the last few years, and they chose not to put that in. And I think that also goes towards, again, there's a purpose to allow for more lower cost housing, but it doesn't necessarily mean, and again, this is just my opinion, that it would trump an HOA's desire for their residents to say this is going to be a single family type of home, and we're not going to allow accessory structures or things in the backyards that we don't have a review process for. I'm not saying they're all going to have that, and I'm not also saying that CCNRs don't actually have current or have actually restrictions on that. I'm just telling you that, and looking at that kind of private contractual thing, I think it will be litigated between those parties, the state or a person who wants to have one, and their HOA.
Thank you for that. Obviously, I just trying to make sure we don't create more neighbor problems, obviously, by virtue of going through with this, but obviously it's a state-run process.
Right, and again, just to be clear, for CCNRs, we normally look at this as a private contractual obligation, unless the CCNRs they're dealing with the CCNRs that affect city's interests, and sometimes that happens when they're required or mandated by having their development where they actually have an agreement with the city that they have to provide us certain things as part of a water treatment or something of that nature, and then later on they want to move on and try to get rid of it, and we would say no, that part of the CCNRs is something that affects the city specifically, and therefore we jump in and we become an interested party. But for the most part, it's usually a private matter between a resident and the HOA itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing else.
Thank you. On the advice of Mr. Heher, I'm going to repeat some questions that staff kindly answered in email, just to get them into the public record. And we can go through these just briefly. The first is that on page 12 in our packets, section 9-4.202 of the proposed revision, it defines terminology. It mentions, but it does not define the term bathroom. And my question is whether there is code, either in the municipal code or something that the municipal code cites, that would prevent an unscrupulous landlord from interpreting the word bathroom to mean a room that has a toilet but does not have a bath and or a shower.
So the municipal code does not have a definition of a bathroom, but we refer to our California building code for definition of a bathroom. So a dwelling unit must have a bathroom, and the bathroom is defined as a space that contains a water closet, a lavatory, and a bathtub, and or a shower. So hopefully when we look at those, it has all of those, then it would fall within that definition.
All right, so it is covered by virtue of
Of
citing,
California
of pointing
Building
to the
Code.
California Building Code.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on, because we haven't had enough questions about Airbnb and similar type, let's call it sharing economy rather than calling out any one company. Two questions here. One is my understanding correct that all types of ADU under these proposed changes would prohibit that type of use, that shorter than 30-day rental?
Yes, we are imposing, we're proposing to impose that.
All right.
Yes, on all of them, all three types of
Oh.
ADUs.
All right. And then I don't know whether this is a question for you, Ms. Bizotti, or for Mr. Heher, but beyond the scope of ADUs, I think I heard Mr. Heher a minute ago say that rentals of less than 30 days in duration for any type of dwelling are not permitted. And I just want to clarify what the current city policy is on that.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Heer will answer.
So I again, it's something that we have analyzed out. I'll just say for the record that I certainly interpret our code to say that we do not allow them, but the code is not current as far as with the recent increase in such uses of vacation rentals. We have considered reviewing this issue and coming up with a recommendation to either say yes or no to them. My point of talking about the pros and cons of these things is that normally when you adopt and you permit them, then you also have a TOT or transitory occupancy tax. And when you do that, then there's an analysis that you need to, how do you collect it? How do you ensure that people are paying it? All those factors come into play. And certainly we just haven't gone forward and presented that to the city. But going through the steps of our current code, I think I can certainly make an argument that they are not permitted. I think the point of tonight, though, is that for these particular accessory dwelling units that we were talking about tonight, the code, the new state amendments allow us to make that decision and prohibit them. And our recommendation for this current amendment is to do that for the various reasons that we have articulated earlier tonight.
All right, thank you. So to sum up, I mean, the general question I think is more a curiosity. It's out of scope with regard to the ADU usage we're discussing tonight. But with regard to that usage, the ADU usage, we can say definitively that shared economy, short-term rentals of any kind of less than 30 days in duration are out.
That is correct. We're going back to that purpose of what we think the accessory dwelling units are for based on the state's current law, including Government Code 65852.150. And based on that, we believe that such rentals would not really be in the spirit of the purpose of this amendment for the state.
Okay. Our report states on page 2 that prior to the adoption of the new law by the state, the city had opposed the law and sent 2 letters, one to the legislature and one to Governor Brown, stating its bases for opposition. I had asked that those letters be provided to the commissioners so we could better understand the city's concerns, which you've done. Thank you for that. And if we could, I'd like to ask that those letters be included in the minutes for our next meeting.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. The next question I think you've already answered, but I just again to get this in the record, the maximum square footage of all types of ADUs are quite a bit below the maximums that the new state law allows. I think in the highest case, it's a 600 square foot maximum versus a 1,200 square foot permitted by the state. You've said several times, but I just want to be clear on this point, that the intent of choosing the lower maximum was to preserve the residential character of Thousand Oaks neighborhoods. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely, and also to make sure that we don't create a traffic congestion. Bigger units mean more cars, more family members. So protecting our citizens and our community, it was the main rationale behind
All right,
this.
so preserving the character of residential neighborhoods.
Mhm.
And then the final question I had is whether staff had done or has seen any projections on the impact of the new state law on Thousand Oaks. And this can be in any number of dimensions, real estate values or availability of affordable housing units, the housing density, or other related topics.
Well, it will definitely provide more housing for millennials who are coming back home and multi-generational families, caretakers. We have not done an evaluation of how it's going to affect the real estate market. Maybe that's something that we could bring back to you at a later date. So there's definitely benefits, and that's why we're keeping it at a more conservative side to make sure that we are meeting the state requirements and meeting the state law, and at the same time preserving our city's character, neighborhoods.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Bizzatti. That's all the questions I have. Commissioner Nichols, I think, has
Thank you, Mr. Travis. Just a
something
few
else?
more. Yes, thank you. Ms. Barzati, I know you have a wealth of experience serving our citizens and residents and building professionals at the counter. You've been doing that for quite some time. And I understand that when these permits are going to be submitted, you will also be the one that will be helping to process these. So my question to you is, if someone were to want to take on this endeavor, what would it take from the typical property owner that wants to put in an ADU as far as the fees involved, the time frame that they might expect, required plans or materials to provide for you? And with that, is this easily done by an owner builder, or is some professional going to be needed to actually make this process happen?
Well, that would be up to the homeowner how they would want to proceed with it. I mean, obviously, going through a contractor is probably better, or makes things go smoother, but homeowners have the option of doing owner builder at all times. As far as fees are concerned, the junior accessory dwelling units would have to go through the building permit fees. There wouldn't be a planning fee at this time to do the review. They would be done not necessarily over the counter, but we would have to take these in for a review, maybe a week or two, just to make sure that they meet all the requirements that state is imposing and also city's requirements. There's also, in some of the cases, for junior accessory dwelling units, there won't be any connection fees, but there may be connection fees for the other types. So that fee would kick in. Also, there is traffic impact fees that would be evaluated on these. So, but the process would be like any over-the-counter, yet longer review for these things. So it's not necessarily over-the-counter. If someone comes in, we have to do it at that moment. We just don't do the discretionary process where we take it in for an entitlement and, send out the notices. We would just, we would take it in, evaluate it, make sure it meets all the requirements. But the fees would be the regular fees that one would have to go through to pay in order to build any structure.
So, and you said that there's no planning fees, but there are building fees. So just whatever building permits, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, et cetera,
Yes.
those would be the typical
Yes,
for
these are not
fees.
exempt from all the other fees, except because it's going to be ministerial, we wouldn't require a planning fee
Okay,
this time.
but if there's some architectural review expectation, there's some planning review, just not a
Mhm.
fee that's associated with that.
There is really no fee that we are at this time going to be requiring. There may be a zoning clearance fee, which is very minimal. It's about $72 or something like that.
And would this be similar, then I'm thinking the closest analogy for an attached ADU as opposed to someone wanting to add on a bedroom or a family room to their existing house?
Mhm.
Would it be a similar process that they're just looking at the same thing? Hey, does it look like it fits the existing structure? Is it compatible design? It would be that similar type of a process?
Yes, similar to that. I mean, for an attached addition up to 1,000 square feet, it has a ministerial process. And these would go through the same type of scrutiny to make sure development standards will apply, height, colors, materials, compatibility with the neighborhood setbacks. And within our whatever's within our discretion, we will have to review.
Okay. And then a couple of quick questions on the ordinance attachment number 2. I have the underlined version, so I'm looking at page 19. There's reference to a passageway. I don't see any reference to a required paved surface or anything like this. Does this just mean that there needs to be some way to get from point A to point B, or does it actually need to be a paved sidewalk or flagstone? Because I don't see any reference to the surface material.
There's no reference to the service material, as long as there is a pathway.
So it just needs to be accessible then?
Yes.
Okay. And on the top of page 20, I guess it's section 9-4.2521A. There's a reference that says, by the adoption of this ordinance, the city finds that accessory dwelling units are consistent with the allowable density for the lot upon which the accessory unit is located. Can you explain what is meant by allowable density?
Well, these will not be included as a second, even though it's an accessory dwelling unit, it's not considered an additional home on a piece of property. So it will remain as one family residential or single family residential lot.
Okay, so in other words, the footprint of the primary residence is only being considered for the density then?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on the next page, 21, looks like 13B, there's reference to architecturally and historically significant historic district. Do we have such district or districts within the city?
I'm not sure if we do. I don't think we do. Mr. Town may be able to give a little.
No, we don't. This is verbatim state language that we just included just in the event that we declared such a district going forward.
Okay. Thank you. That was it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick follow-up on one of Commissioner Nichols' questions regarding the density and square footage. Is it fair to say, for purposes of taxation and assessment, that even a detached ADU would be part of the assessment of the single-family dwelling? So, for example, there was I'm making up numbers here, but a 3,000 square foot home and then a 600 square foot detached ADU were added,
Mm-hmm.
that the new assessment would be for 3,600 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe so.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions of staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick follow-up on page 3 of our packet. Discusses very briefly some Senate bills and Assembly bills that were entered into what I assume is the committee and reading process up in Sacramento. Is the city planning to track and take positions on these bills? Should they come, with appropriate letters to our legislatures? Should they go against, what we feel is appropriate?
Excuse me, Chair. I would say that I believe we have written on one of them. I would have to actually check which one we wrote on, but we did actually provide a letter. I have to actually provide it later on because I can't tell you what it was, but we did talk about it, and and sent another letter, and similarly to the ones that we did before that were part of your packet.
And I'm certainly not asking for it. I just want to make sure that, just to see if the city was tracking and going to, put a formal comment in the record for our legislators in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions of staff? All right. We will now move to our public comments period. I know we've started a bit late and moved things around a bit, so I want to thank the public for its patience with us tonight. I've got 3 speaker cards here, so that means you'll each have up to 5 minutes to speak. I'll ask you each to come up to the podium one by one, and please speak into the microphone. And for the record, when you begin your statement, if you could state your name and your city of residence. So first up, we have Ms. Marcy Maxwell, then Andrew Kastner, then David Ross. Good evening, Ms. Maxwell.
Hi there, my name is Marcy Maxwell, and I live in Thousand Oaks. And I did want to speak to the recommendations. I don't like this microphone up in my face, sorry. But you can hear me, right? And specifically, I just wanted to speak to the proposed size limitations, the restrictions. I think they're excessive. And I think that it might lead to the development of units that don't actually serve our families and our neighborhoods, and I don't think are tailored to the unique character of Thousand Oaks. Specifically, we're lucky enough to live in a relatively affluent community, and I think that these are granny units. They're called granny units for a reason, because it's our mothers and our kids that are coming back from college to live in them, and I don't think that that's the gracious kind of housing that we want for our mothers and our children. And I don't think that, we're not talking about excessive housings, but, for somebody with a walker and a wheelchair and things like that to live in such a small area, I have to question the idea that a bigger unit is necessarily more people. I think that's determined by how many bedrooms and how many bathrooms you have. And I would ask for the commissioners to consider making it a little bit more liberal in terms of the square footage. I think that's all I really want to say, except to the extent that these are rentals. Nice units attract nice people. And I just think that we can treat our community with kindness and some space. I think we have the room for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Just for clarification, before you leave the podium, I think I'm understanding correctly, but I want to be sure. Mm-hmm. When you use the term excessive, are you referring to the city's caps that and you'd like to see larger?
Yeah, I think 600 square feet is too small. Yes, right, I do. Right. I think that's excessive.
Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Kastner. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Kastner, and I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1999. So the staff report acknowledges that while the city has discretion in applying standards according to the state, they cannot be arbitrary, excessive, or burdensome. I feel that the proposed size restriction for detached ADUs at only 50% of the state's allowance is in fact excessive, burdensome, and intended to restrict homeowners' ability to build or convert an existing building to an ADU. The rationale in the staff report for the 600 square feet size limit is that it equals the size of an average one-bedroom apartment in Thousand Oaks. So I did a bunch of research today. I pulled up 21 one-bedroom apartments, and the average was 784 square feet. The average size of a two-bedroom apartment is 1,054 square feet. Since the state ordinance allows that ADUs may be up to 2 bedrooms, I would urge the commission to change the square foot restriction to comply with the city average of 1,054 square feet, which is still less than the state's recommendation of 1,200. The staff report states that ADUs should be modest in size while still providing housing options for individuals or small families. It seems wrong that the city should think that small families could comfortably live in a 600 square foot house. Do you realize how small that is? It's basically a studio. Most one-bedroom apartments are 784 to two bedrooms that are a little over 1,000. So 600 is really a studio. And if it is a one-bedroom, it's a tiny one-bedroom, and really for one person, not really for small families. I want to address something else that hasn't been talked about at all. I feel that the size restrictions also pose challenges for existing buildings, more so than for new construction. And no one's talked about this, but when we talk about ADUs, we talk about two different things here. We're talking about new construction, and we're talking about existing buildings. I think that a one-size-fits-all limitation puts an excessive burden on homeowners trying to convert existing buildings into ADUs. I feel that there should be some kind of grandfather rule regarding existing structures or a different size limit, possibly I would recommend the state's 1,200 square feet for existing, so that if an existing building meets all other criteria to become an ADU, then the smaller size will not restrict its approval. So in other words, if somebody has an existing building that's 630 square feet or 680 square feet, and it meets all the other requirements, it won't be able to become an ADU because it doesn't fit the one-size-fits-all situation. So I really think we need maybe if it's going to be 600 square feet, which I don't agree with, that's for new construction. But for existing buildings, I think it needs to be looked at differently. I think I'm really familiar with Senate Bill 1069. When I heard about this, I did a lot of research. I actually called Senator Wajkowski's office. I spoke to his staff. I spoke to the Housing Commission that helped write the bill. And I think I have a really good grasp on the bill. And the intention of Senate Bill 1069 was to create low-income housing for individuals and small families. That's why the state recommends 1,200 square feet for detached ADUs. I don't see how a small family can live comfortably in a 600 square foot ADU. I've spoken, let's see, I already said that. So when I spoke to Sacramento, I really got the feeling that the intent was for 1,200, and I don't think that they're going to be really happy to review a city ordinance that says 600. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ross. Good evening.
Good evening, Commission. My name is David Ross. I was raised in Thousand Oaks, currently reside in Moore Park, but our Planning Commission has not addressed this issue yet, so I'm here before you today. I guess my one comment would be having to do with the owner occupancy clause. Maybe if we could clarify it a little more as it's written. I was just thinking of different ways that this could be implemented, and my thought is if I'm a property owner and I'm renting out the primary residence, if I go to the counter to get approvals to build the ADU, the detached ADU, with the intent to live in that ADU, does that qualify for that homeowner occupancy clause? So the idea is that while I am the property owner, I will become I will live on the property, assuming that that second unit is completed. Or would I be met with issues where I'd have to have the tenant move out first before I can get approvals to do that? So that just some clarification. Maybe we can change the wording on that or get into that a little deeper. So thank you.
Thank you. And as a follow-up comment to that, staff has it's not a rebuttal, but it's a response period after this to address, for exactly this purpose, to address questions such as yours.
Thank you.
And we have one more card from Mr. Chase Rashid. Good evening, Mr. Rashid.
Thank you, Chase Rashid, City of Thousand Oaks. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but I was listening to the staff report and some of the comments, and the size for the units probably should be a little bit bigger. In Santa Barbara, I did live in a unit that was pretty small, and probably now would be outside of code because the bathroom was like outside. And there was another unit that I had a relative that lived in that was bigger. It had a bathroom, but it was a very odd shape. It was very small, and I think the purpose of what the state is trying to do is they're trying to find alternative ways to fix issues with housing, the lack of housing, and as a city, we should be taking that same sort of. We should comply with that and try to figure out how we can fix issues with a shortage of housing and be creative with it while still going along with our character. And I think this is the way to fix that problem. But if the units are not big enough, I don't really see how that is going to be fixed at all. So I do agree that the unit should be a little bit bigger if we are going to do this. I do support complying with the state, but I think we need to raise that size just a little bit because I don't see how even a single person would opt to live in a place like that. If it's a one-bedroom, they would opt for a studio, and we don't have many studios around here. I think most people want at least one bedroom. So if we are going to comply with what the state says, we should raise that cap a little bit, because the state does have a higher cap, and I think a little bit higher is not going to hurt the character of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid, and thank you all for coming to give your comments this evening. We go back now to staff, and before you begin, I'd like to add one more question because it may be germane to responding to the public comments. This is actually a question I had in reading through the report, and that is in defining terminology whether there is a definition for the term, quote, small family, whether that has a specific meaning or it just generically means a few people or a low number of people.
Well, I haven't explored the definition of small family, but I would imagine it's anywhere from 2 to 4 members of the family, but we can look at the more formal definition.
All right, thank you. And then if you have other comments in responding to the public comments, or commissioner questions.
The only comments I have regarding the size is that staff has evaluated this based on our current attached SDU, which is in line with what the junior accessory dwelling unit is. So we are pretty much in line with that, and also with the 600 square feet. It's in line with an existing detached accessory structures in residential zones. So that's basically staff's recommendation, and if Planning Commission wishes to discuss that and increase that number, that's something that we can do tonight.
All right, and I think Mr. Town has some comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify the issue of detached ADU size and and these comparative numbers that have been mentioned, when staff was debating the size of detached units, we looked at 8 recently approved apartment complexes in Thousand Oaks and 1 proposed. The range for the 1-bedroom units, this includes 2 affordable projects, the Hillcrest Villas and the Area Housing Authority's project on Los Feliz Drive. But the range that we discovered in that research was for a one-bedroom, recent Thousand Oaks, 604 square feet to 1,100 square feet. Average was 772, which was very similar to Mr. Kastner's average that he mentioned. And for two-bedroom, for the record, our research showed that the range was from 762 square feet to 1,316 square feet, with an average of 1,097. So, as we said in the staff report and tonight, we were looking at the lower end of the one-bedroom range. That's part of where we came up with the 600 square feet. And I think it just bears repeating that tonight what we're talking about in part is a process where these units, again, they would be ministerially approved. Almost all, in fact, really all other residential projects in the city go through some kind of a planning review process. There's public notice for a precise plan of design that's 150 feet from the parcel. None of that would occur here, so there would be no notice to neighbors. These units would be essentially approved, subject to minor zoning clearance review, almost over the counter. So there is no public notice. That's a really important issue here. And so you could, look in your backyard one day and see that your neighbor is building a new small home, and you would never have heard anything about this if they hadn't come over and talked to you, which hopefully they would have, just in a neighborly capacity. But given all of that, and still with our desire to support the concept and to comply with state law, we thought that it would be prudent to start at the lower end of that range. We recognize that there is a higher average. The 600 SF is not an average. It's the lower end of the range. That's an important concept. But given the fact that these are ministerial, and there would be no public notice provided, there would be no appeal process provided. So if you don't like what's happening, there's no recourse. We thought that it would be prudent to start with a more conservative approach, still, in our opinion, consistent with state law, and proceed from there.
And as a follow-up question on that point, I understand that the thinking behind imposing a lower square footage maximum on something that's approved ministerially. Is there some intermediate stage that's between the process for a large single-family dwelling and what we're contemplating here that would allow for some larger square footage with greater amount of review?
We did actually debate that exact issue in-house, so to speak, and kept coming back to the state's requirement that these be ministerial. So as we looked at these, we wanted to come up with a square footage that was finite, that was not going to result, again, in any public notice. If one wanted to consider a larger size subject to a separate process, for instance, coming before this body, theoretically, that's something one could consider. But again, we kept coming back to one of the foundations of state law, and that is that these are essentially building permit-only structures. So we felt that having sort of a different process for larger units would, in that context, be contrary to state direction.
Right, and I appreciate that a key intent of the new state law was to reduce the amount of review. Right, all right, thank you. Commissioners, are there other comments or questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols and then Commissioner McMahon first.
I really appreciate the comments that were brought up. I think there was a lot of thought put into them. And so the first one was about raising the square footage. And when staff gave their report, I got the impression that part of that permitting process was making sure it was architecturally part of the neighborhood. It fit the character, and so I'm wondering if we could raise this a bit, and staff would have the ability, based on whether it would fit in the neighborhood and the character, and the amount of the building footprint on the property, and could ministerially approve or deny it based on those things if it was a little bit larger.
Again, that's something that the Planning Commission can consider tonight, but staff has put a lot of analysis into it, and the numbers are not arbitrary. We've looked at them carefully to make sure that it fits all of the properties within the city and not just certain areas where larger lots exist. So we had to come up with something that met state's requirements and also preserved our neighborhood's characters.
Okay, I have one more question. It was brought up about attempting to get the illegal accessory units legal after this is kind of grandfathered in. And the speaker brought up a good point that some of them may be close, but not quite fit these parameters. And I'm wondering if it might be a good idea to address the ones that are close but not quite and make them legal.
Well, right now, if we're going with the 600 square feet, that would be the maximum allowable size for these. So if there is an existing dwelling or detached accessory structure that's larger than 600 square feet and they wish to change it into an ADU, then they would need to comply with the size. And that's staff's recommendation. Again, you can discuss that and change it.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on that point. I think the example given by Mr. Kastner was of a 630 square foot. If that unit exists today and it's not being used as a rental, it's detached, it's on the property, it's a small house, but it's bigger than 600, but it's currently used for, let's say, a family member, but without paying rent. Would that require any kind of code change, or is that okay as is, provided that the structure is already up to code?
Well, right now, if a detached accessory structure is built, we did restrict those so that they're not used for bedroom purposes or for living purposes. If it has a kitchen, then it's considered an accessory dwelling unit, and it would need to meet the maximum size.
All right, so if it has no kitchen, then it cannot be used for living. And if it does have a kitchen, then it needs to comply with the ADU rule, the new ADU
Yes,
rules.
if it has a kitchen, it's an ADU, and it would need to, doesn't matter if it's rented or not, it's a second dwelling or accessory dwelling unit, and it needs to meet the maximum standards of size for these types of units.
So again, acknowledging that this is a hypothetical, but what would happen in the case where there is an existing detached unit that let's say does have an efficiency kitchen?
It does have, or it does not?
Does have.
It does have.
And it happens to be 630 square feet because this is before it was built, before the new state law came into effect. How would the city deal with that case?
Well, that would be a violation because it's not, we would not have allowed a kitchen, so it would not be a permitted situation. And if they wanted to bring it to code and bring it into compliance with an ADU, then 630 square feet would be too large for an ADU.
Would the city require that the structure be demolished, or how would this work?
If they wish to keep the kitchen and keep it as an ADU, then they would need to remove the excess of 30 square feet and bring it into compliance. Otherwise, they can remove the kitchen and keep it the way it is at the same size that they like to have it.
But not use it as a living if
and
there's
not use it as a living.
for
yeah.
living use. So it
Mhm.
could be an outbuilding, a work
Yeah, it
building
could be
or
a pool
something like
house.
that.
It could, could be any other.
A home office, something like that, but
Sure.
not a living quarters.
Yes.
Is that okay? And then I also wanted to follow up on a question I think Mr. Ross asked, just asking for clarification about the status of a property owner living. I think the question was living in the ADU,
Right.
which
and
I
that's
understood
fine.
is okay.
Yes, the way staff is proposing is that the homeowner would have to live in one of the units, doesn't matter which one.
Doesn't say which one.
No.
Right. All right. Thank you.
If I
Commissioner
may, Chair,
Nichols.
just
Mr.
Just for
Heer.
clarification, I took his comment as a little bit differently. It's an interesting question because I think his question is if the larger house was actually rented at the time, and he says, okay, now I know if I want to build an accessory dwelling unit, I'd have to actually live there. Will he be permitted to build it first before living there? And I don't have the answer for that right now. I have to evaluate it. Obviously, that type of situation could be fraught with proof of moving in and all those issues and how long it's going to happen and
Timing, intent,
exactly
all
right.
that. I agree that that's different and more interesting.
But the quick answer is that certainly a person who builds one of these owner-occupier can actually move to the smaller unit if they wanted to.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bizzatti, one question regarding something that I hadn't really thought about before. If one or more of these different ADUs was built, approved, permitted, used, et cetera, a couple years later, property owner says, I don't want this as an ADU anymore. I want to convert it to something else. There's reference in here for deed restriction, but is that only restricting it to owner occupancy, not that it has to remain an ADU?
The deed restriction will restrict it to it has to remain an ADU, but at some point, if they decide, the deed restriction will restrict it to it being ADU, owner occupancy, it may be rented, it cannot be sold separately. So those are the terms of the deed restriction. However, if somebody wanted to make it an un-ADU in the future, then, and it's, that's fine as long as they remove the kitchen, and if they're larger than the size that would be required ministerially, they would have to go through the normal PPD process in order to get it approved as a regular detached accessory structure.
Okay, so there is an avenue, may not necessarily be as easy, but there is an avenue that someone could take.
Mhm.
Okay. And then secondly, and if we were to possibly entertain a larger size ADU for one or more of these different units, would it be possible to, and I'll leave this to Mr. Heher as well as from a legal perspective, if there was a threshold set where you were to say, hey, if you go with the 600 feet, we're good to go. But if you wanted to go to 700, 800, 900 square feet, then there are certain requirements which need to be met, such as, again, getting back to the floor area ratio, the size of the lot, size of the house. That, in other words, if you want a bigger unit, then you have to have more space for it. Is that practical, or is that going to be too difficult, either, number one, to manage here with the city level, or is that compliant or not compliant with the city or with the state requirements?
My quick answer is it would be too difficult to enforce, actually, and we'd go through too many processes. Again, we're talking about this is to create a ministerial use, and there is a limit in the sense of it, no matter what the size, it can't exceed 50% of the main house footprint, living area, I should say, living area. So we have that little restriction, although with this typical size of a house, 600 would probably be about the low end of what 50% would be. But one of the reasons why we didn't entertain having this other various steps is the concept of once you allow a bigger one in a certain area, then you look at those factors, and then a person that might not meet exactly those factors say, well, I'm pretty close, let me look into those factors. Again, the challenge here is that we're trying to create a size that we think, as Mayor articulated, that is a good start, is permitted, the key is permitted by the state, again, 220 to 1,200. We have a relationship with what we think is a low end but a one-bedroom apartment. And again, we look at the purpose of why we have this new amendment, and we pick that number to say, this is something that we think would, if it's going to come in, we want to have something that's big enough that makes sense that people will be able to use it for the purpose of the code, but also not so crazy, at least at first, where you have the neighbors going, what are you doing building another house in my backyard or next to my backyard? No notice and none of those other things that we typically would see in such a structure being built. And so that's why we came up with this number. As Marjan said, certainly this is a number that staff has brought forth to you. You know the limit is 1,200. And again, staff recommendation, but certainly it's within your purview to look at this and say if you want to do a number. I would say I would rather have another number instead of this list of possibilities. That will not work for staff, I don't believe.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little disheartened to learn about kind of the size issue. I had a big question mark next to it in my notes, and I was waiting to hear everybody discuss it and the review period. But I guess, did city staff look at have any other cities passed local ordinances that have been implemented and reviewed and approved by the state? Because it's my understanding that we have to get approval by the state. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney? I'm not sure if approval is the right word. We have to turn it in, and they're going to review it. I think, from realistically, I think what it means is, are we meeting the requirements that are mandated, that we are, we're playing by the rules as they laid them out? I think they're going to respect the options if we have those options to articulate. If we articulated those options in a clear way, I think they're going to respect that as a police power. But certainly, if we are trying to add things that are not permitted by the new amendments, they would obviously catch that, I think. So you think, in your opinion, as it stands, staff's recommendation, so long as it's adequately stated and implemented in our ordinance and our passage, a 600 square foot is, the state would ideally respect that?
I think so. I can't speak for the state, but certainly they gave us an option to go from 220 to 1,200, and this is not in the middle per se, but certainly they gave us this option to say, well, we don't like the option you chose. It would be a little bit disingenuous, I think. Another factor, and I don't want to harp on this too much, but you have to realize one of the reasons why they came up with this amendment, and this is, again, I'll give you an opinion here, is that in cities such as San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, San Diego, these massive cities, they have a true housing issue, and it's quite expensive to rent or to have homes in those areas. And let's pick San Jose, for example. And that's why if you look at the code, it doesn't say the purpose is for affordable housing. It says lower cost housing, because that lower cost for San Jose might be astronomical to most other parts of the state, but it's still lower cost to compare what you get. And so, again, we go back to that purpose. And also, I think they appreciate that making this ministerial and having that size, realizing that what I think they would understand that might cause some concern with neighbors if you allow a 1,200 square foot house to come in, and they, again, understanding that might create some neighbors commenting and being frustrated about the process.
So that being said, did staff look at any other cities that passed similar ordinances, or any cities that are working their way through the process? I guess my question would be limited to substantially similar cities. Obviously, we're not looking at Los Angeles. We're not looking at San Francisco. We're looking at somewhere 125 to 150 as far as our population.
Yes, we looked at neighboring cities, and a lot of them have not even started the process. Some of them have done an urgency ordinance to just keep the state requirements right now and to look at it later and evaluate it later. But most of them have not even really adopted an ordinance yet.
So needless to say, we're first out of the gate as far as this
Yes,
goes?
I think we will set the tone for a lot of the cities.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. At this point, public comment is closed. I'm sorry. At this point, this is discussion between the commission and staff. Sorry.
I'm actually all finished on my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other commissioner questions, Commissioner?
For purpose of clarity, I want to make sure everybody kind of understands you can have an ADU bigger than 600 square feet. You just have to go through a various different process. That's my understanding. Is it limited to that? Because I thought there was up to 900 square feet through the a waiver process.
No, 600 is the maximum. 900 square feet is for detached accessory structures. That is not a separate living facility. So if you wanted to do a pool house up to 900 square feet, then there is a process, discretionary process that you would go through.
Okay, so I guess my question being is the 600, again, as we were kind of saying, we're kind of new out the gate. Is this kind of just to release it slowly to see how it works and then see if we need to adapt it later on, or is this kind of an idea if we want to keep that fixed permanently?
I know that we talked about this before, but we again, staff looked at 600 to say this is where we are recommending based on what our review was. Certainly, it is within your option tonight to say, let's talk about a different number. Let's talk about 500. Let's talk about 750. Whatever that number you want to talk about, you certainly is in your purview to do that. And we want to make sure we emphasize that. Again, we've been giving you our analysis as to why we looked at these things and how we looked at them. But this number is the one number that we're proposing and recommending to City Council based on what you guys do tonight. But it is that one number that we're looking at. Again, you have the option to change the number if you wish to.
Thank you, Chairman. Nothing else.
Are there any other commissioner comments? Commissioner McMahon.
I will just throw out a comment. The city was looking at one bedrooms that ranged from 604 to 1,100 square feet, and they were looking at two bedrooms that ranged from 752 to 1360, 16 square feet. And we are allowing up to two bedrooms. If we changed their recommendation number to 752, it's only 152 square feet more than what they recommended, but it's the lower limit of what they found for two-bedroom units. So I will throw that out for the commissioners to talk about.
Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, for the two-bedroom projects that we looked at, the lower end was 762, not 52.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Okay.
Well, then I'll throw out 762.
Thanks for that clarification. Commissioner Nichols.
I've been kind of debating this amongst myself here in the last few minutes as far as size, which seems to be one of our key issues here. I was trying to put this into context with structures that I'm familiar with in size in this category. A two-car garage is about 440 square feet. A three-car garage is about 660 square feet. So I'm just trying to envision, if the cars were out of the garage, what I could put in there as far as furnishings that would be somewhat a livable area. 440 feet with a kitchenette, I'll call it, a bathroom. Yeah, it would be a studio at best, and you probably wouldn't have a lot of parties or guests over at that point. It would just be for yourself, maybe two people at most. 660, a three-car garage. You could probably carve out a bedroom and something like that, and still have some area to work with. On the other end, my brother has a couple of what I'll call redwood bungalows up in San Jose that are about 900 square feet. They're built in the 1930s, and they're two-bedroom, single-family dwellings, with one bathroom and a very small kitchen. And, oh, by the way, they rent for about $3,500 a month in San Jose. And that 900 square foot single-family dwelling is a very comfortable, small single-family dwelling that you could have a small family in. But definitely, larger than a typical one-bedroom apartment. So that's what I was trying to visualize in my mind as far as putting things into context when it comes to size. Now, putting that into context with our community is a whole separate issue. And so hearing the discussion with Mr. Town and the staff, I understand where the 600 feet comes from, because I'm thinking of this, putting this on staff to review, in essence, over the counter, knowing that their decision is the final decision, and they're just kind of going with what's on the books. There's no planning commission review, no city council, nothing. It's just, you got everything in order, go forth and prosper. And so I can understand the hesitancy to say, hey, we want to kind of take this a little bit slower, especially since this is brand new territory, not only for the state, but especially for our community, that we really haven't done this before. And this is new territory. So I can appreciate the conservative approach. And I can, again, I'm just trying to envision the number of the houses of friends and family around town, who could actually fit in a 700, 800, or 900 square foot extra building in the backyard, kind of few and far between, without taking up the whole backyard and then not having a whole lot left over. So I'm kind of leaning towards the lower level because of that, just personally, because, again, we are first out of the blocks here. There's a lot at stake and a lot that could go awry unless we have things carefully thought out. I'm also thinking of this as having a family with 4 generations living in town, from 2 to 92, and having wished we had a spot for a father-in-law some time ago, and now, having a spot for a couple of the kids coming up. Okay, I'd like a spot for them, but I don't want them to be too comfortable there, Short term, yes, but, this is not a lifelong proposition. Yeah, 30 days. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of along with that. Just, okay, is it not intended to be a permanent necessarily. It doesn't really say that, but I think that was the intention, to find somebody a place to live for a time until they kind of, get themselves to that next step. And so that's why I'm kind of thinking, well, maybe 600 might work in that regard. I could go. I'm not going to say no to something a little bit larger, but I just say that I could appreciate why staff is so conservative and has a little bit of angst with going beyond that, and I appreciate their efforts in that regard.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other further questions of staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
Based off of the commissioner's comments, I'm opening, I don't know if it's so much of a question, but I'm opening it up to staff comment. We've talked a lot of, if we went on the lower end of 600 square feet being the max, and we're first out of the gate, we'll check back in a few years and see where we're at. I'm wondering tonight if we are able to put in some kind of mandatory review period, such as, for example, in 3 years, staff will look back into this, see how it's being rolled out, see how it's being implemented, see what other cities have done, see what the state law and state changes have been, and then see if we need to revisit it. Because my struggle is, if we've heard comments from the public about these units being larger, we've had a lot of discussion on unit and unit size, but we have nothing in our ordinance, and it certainly would be an uncodified portion of the ordinance, that would trigger some kind of mandatory review. I think it's important that if we do this, we should have a review period and have that trigger after a certain period of time, because we may not get back to it.
I want to respond just quickly as a matter of process. This period is the period for questions of staff.
I'm asking, can we do this? That's
Right,
my question.
And I think it's a valid question, and I think Mr. Here will have more to say on this point. But process-wise, the kinds of questions that we're asking now, including this one, I think are more to the point of commissioner discussion of what motion we make or what discussion we have among ourselves as commissioners in terms of what changes we make rather than questions of what staff has presented to us. And I just want to make the distinction clear between
No,
the two.
it's understood, but I think I need to know if we can even do this first before we even talk about it. Because if I can't do it, I can't suggest it, then there's no point in talking about it.
Right. And as I said, I'm sure Mr. Here has more to say on that topic.
Okay, my recommendation would be to make a decision on whatever size and whatever the issues you want to discuss as part of your analysis for the recommendation. I think what we would do then is, because I think it's within the city council's purview to make a decision on whether they want to revisit some law that we have on the books. But you can certainly add that as part of the staff report to city council, that one of the thoughts was to maybe put this on a review after 3 years to see, or a certain period of time to see if there's something that should be reported back. But I think that would be under the purview of city council, because they will ultimately be adopting the law. And it's up to them to decide if they want to have some type of time period in which they want to, not to change the law, but to just have a review, or update as to something that would happen. So my recommendation would be to certainly to direct staff that in the staff report to city council with the recommendation, whatever that recommendation is to request that council consider possibly having a review or a staff report based on status of housing within a certain time frame, let's say 2 or 3 years, and report back to city council or planning commission with that status report. And Mr. Town might be able to speak on this in much more detail, but also with our typical housing element review, we're probably going to be addressing this issue, I would think, during that analysis as well.
As the commission is aware, we have a housing element to our general plan, and that actually is reviewed and approved by the state. And we are in the middle of the current period for our most recently adopted housing element. However, every year we actually provide the state with a status report on housing element progress. And as we mentioned in the staff report, it appears that we will be able to count ADUs toward our housing requirement in terms of capacity, in terms of potentially even affordable units. So there's a plus there, because as you know, the state tells every city every city statewide how many units they have to accommodate from a zoning capacity standpoint. And so this could actually help us meet that angle of state housing requirements as well. As Mr. Heher mentioned, you can certainly, I don't want to dissuade you from wrestling with the size issue. That's a legitimate issue before you tonight, of course. But you can also include as part of your motion direction that the council consider having staff report back after some specified period of time on how the ordinance is doing. Are units being built or not, and what are the sizes of the units that are being built, et cetera, how many queries we receive at the counter, that kind of thing.
Certainly, thank you both. I just want to make sure that we're at least, depending which way we go, we're building in some kind of review and some kind of making sure that us as city staff are analyzing this and seeing how this rolls out and seeing what we can do to change it, make it better. So thank you to you both.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions of staff? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open the floor for a motion and or discussions among commissioners. Commissioner Nichols.
I'll go ahead and proceed with the motion, and then we can certainly discuss the merits of it. But I would like to go ahead and propose that we do recommend to the City Council the staff's recommendations for approving MCA 2016-70540. And along with that, I would like to include the amendments that were provided by staff in supplemental packet number 1 regarding Part 5, Part 6, And were there any other amendments that I'm missing?
There was an amendment to Section 9-4.2521.1, Subdivision B1, on page 15, in which we added the words of the primary residence to the last sentence of subsection 1.
Very good. Then I'll include that as well with my motion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Discussion? Questions? Mr. Town has a clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols, so did you want to incorporate the proposed changes from supplemental packet number 2 as well? That was the packet that went out this afternoon. There were 4 items.
Yes, I'm sorry. Also, those in item number 2, I was just looking at the email portion and forgot that we also had amendments in the supplemental packet number 2 as well.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion is to recommend MCA 2016-70540 with the amendments in both supplemental packets.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Discussion, comments? Commissioner Pletcher.
I think in large part the 600 square feet is a good start. I'm reluctant to approve it because, I mean, our hands are tied in a large part no matter what, because this comes from Sacramento. But with regard to the size, I really think we need to revisit it and maybe consider a little bit bigger, because the staff's recommendation falls outside of the average in which they look, 604 square feet to 1122. We ended up with 600. I think at least if you're going to look at the average, I think we need to get somewhere in the numbers to begin with. But, I don't know if it's in contrast to what I just said, but I think we do need to stay on the smaller end of that range. I'm certainly not suggesting that we go to 772. I think that may be a little bit too high, especially out of the gate. But even 700, I think, is a reasonable number that at least falls within that range and in that average. That at least would send a message to anybody who's interested in these units that you can fit a reasonable one-bedroom apartment there. I just wish, looking back, we had those numbers as to how we ended up there, and we didn't just get the average in our packet. That was a little disheartening to find out that average and the number we arrived at isn't even within the number range. I throw that out there at least, and if is my recommendation on a staff suggestion, we put somewhat in the report to council that a review period needs to be mandated if we, or at least suggested, if we remain on the 600 number, I think is needed, because although, yes, it does go into our housing, and it does hit that report that we send up to the state about low income and affordable housing, that brings my other concern with just this whole bill in general, is that this doesn't stop a homeowner from making a market rate unit. I understand you needing to put multi-generations into units like that, and I think that's what this bill was really intended, but it doesn't stop market rate units from going in. And I know it's not meant to attack affordable housing, it's just meant to maybe put a little chip in the problem that we have here in California. So I mean, I'm horribly torn on it, but I'm not happy with the 600 number. I really think it should be upwards of 700.
I could use clarification on a couple of points in your comments. I think this may help focus the discussion a bit. Firstly, if we're going to haggle over price, if we're going to debate the size of, if we're going to try to pick some number other than 600, let's first discuss what the scope of that change would be. So we've got before us 3 different kinds of ADUs, only one of which, the detached ADU, is at 600. So my first question to you would be, is that number, that one class of ADU that's a 600 maximum, is that the only number that you'd like to see changed, or are you also proposing changes for the other classes of ADUs? That's question one. And question two is, based on your comments, I'm inferring that you would not support the motion now before us because A, you'd like to see a higher maximum square footage, and B, you'd like to see some sort of review process built in. Are those correct inferences?
My largest concern is the detached units at their current square footage of 600. I'm not so concerned with the junior and attached. The detached. Let me clarify. Detached at 600. I would like to at least see bumped up to 700. But to answer your second question, I see where I kind of stand as I stand at a fork in the road. If we head down the avenue of 600 square feet, as recommended by staff, I really think there needs to be just something added to the staff report to council, a nice review period to re-explore that idea. Should be built in, and it should, I realize there are triggers already built in place in the system that would allow for, some kind of review. But I think it's important to make clear that we should go back and revisit this. But then heading down the other way, yes, I want to see a larger number on that, on the detached units.
So on both points, I'm taking that as a no.
Yes.
You don't support the motion.
Getting there. Right. Both points, respectfully, I don't see it. I see it as kind of a rubber stamp as of right now, the current motion. And I think we need to analyze go down either road to really make it something that I can currently support.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other comments, proposals, questions? Commissioner McMahon.
I do want to clarify also that for the junior ones, the junior units, they are within the original footprint of the house. They're basically intended to be a bedroom with a little kitchenette, sharing the bathroom. They don't need to be any larger because that's not their function. It's just giving this other person just a tad of privacy. I agree that the detached should be larger. If you say 700, I'm good with that. And the attached, I could go either way. They're also connected to the main structure, so they would, in my mind, tend to be a little bit on the smaller side also. So I just wanted to clarify where I'm at on this.
So asking the same question I posed to Commissioner Pletcher, is that a statement of support or of non-support for the motion?
Oh.
Because we have to vote one way or the other.
Okay.
Chair, if I may, just hearing the two comments, Mr. Nichols is the maker of the motion. Certainly, if a commissioner wanted to go through a process where they ask for a friendly amendment to his motion, which would be to increase the size from 600 to another number, that's certainly something that could be done instead of
yeah.
There's different ways to do this. You can certainly, he is the maker of the motion. He can say yes or no to that amendment request. But just to let you know that there's two different ways to do it. You could vote on the motion as presented, or you could ask for an amendment to that motion to some extent and ask him for his position on that. And that might be something that he would consider. I'm not saying he would or not. I'm just saying that that's a different avenue from what I'm hearing tonight.
That's a fair point. And I'm only trying to get a sense of the commission at this point. We're not voting yet. But I appreciate you're trying to find ways to make this work with the motion before us, because that is, after all, what is before us now. So thanks for that clarification.
You're welcome.
In that case, I would ask the maker of the motion if you could have a friendly amendment to change just the detached portion of the amendment to read 700 square feet, and leave everything else the same.
If that's the wish of the majority of the commission, I would be happy to do that. I would like to hear from the other two members of the commission.
Commissioner Nichols did a good job of giving me a visual. My wife tells me I'm a visual person all the time when I order things, and when you put it into the context of a garage, that was great. That actually gave me something to really kind of think about. And a 2-car versus a 3-car is a big difference. So my initial inclination was to go along. Now, with that said, I don't want to in any way make it appear as if I'm not appreciating what the staff put into the concept. And I absolutely understand trying to keep things, because again, passing something by a stamp without it being reviewed essentially, and I'm in 2 HOAs and having no neighbors sign off on it. I mean, this is a huge thing that's happening in that process. But the visualization of that concept, and again, going along with what the intent is behind this, I would be in favor of the 700 square feet for the detached unit.
Yeah, I want to echo the sentiments just expressed by Commissioner Lanson, and earlier also by Commissioner Nichols about not really a conflict, but on the one hand, appreciating all the hard work that staff has done to develop all these amendments to bring the city law into alignment with state law. And this is a requirement by the state, after all, that we're dealing with. We all understand the need for more housing. We all understand the intent of the law. We also understand we, as commissioners, have a responsibility. We can't blame that on Sacramento or anyone else. If we don't like 600, it's on us to come up with a different number. So, having said that, I think the garage metaphor is quite useful. There are many places in the world where 400 or 600 square feet is a palace. Thousand Oaks is not one of them. I think that 600 is a very good starting point, and I understand, thanks to the explanations of staff, the logic in starting at that point, and I appreciate Commissioner Pletcher's suggestion that there be a review period built in to see down the road if that is indeed a good cap for this type of housing. But with all that said, I'm also supportive of a small increase in the square footage. So I don't whether it's 752 or 700 or 652, that's not so important to me. I'm okay really with any of those numbers from 600 to 750 something. So if the proposal is to increase just for detached ADUs to go from 600 to 700 as a maximum square footage, yeah, I could support that.
Then I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, and I will clarify that I would agree to go to 700 square feet for the detached ADUs only, and not for the other two elements of our consideration. And in reference to Mr. Pletcher's suggestion for a review period, I would personally just like to defer that to City Council. That's really within their purview. They can certainly hear it from our comments, but I would suggest we not include that as part of the motion and just let them know that that was part of our consideration. So I'll leave it with just the 700 square feet for the detached as far as a friendly amendment.
Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And I do want to say that I also appreciate what staff has done. They they started from nothing, basically, from a broad outline, and they had no other cities to go by. They just had to come up with something, and I realized how hard that had to be, and I do recognize that. One of the reasons why, although I do agree that a review period is good, I'm trying hard to visualize a year down the line how staff would establish that, 600 wasn't quite enough, or 700 wasn't quite enough, or I don't know how that would happen, and I don't know the workings behind the counter, and so to give a little bit more flexibility at the beginning made more sense to me.
I concur with that comment. If for no other reason, then if we build in a review process that sets a different number, maybe it's a higher or lower number, there then becomes the question of what do you do with the units that had the existing cap, which are now either out of spec or not large enough to be attractive to the market. So I am happy to defer that question to the city council, because I agree it's properly within their purview. Commissioners, are there any other comments, questions? Commissioner Pletcher.
And as I mentioned before, that's certainly fine if we want to, I just wasn't suggesting that we would put numbers in this review period or suggest a higher cap. I was simply wanting to, if we're really going to accomplish the purpose of what the state mandate set out to do and what our ordinance sets out to do, I just want to make sure that we're revisiting it in a reasonable amount of time. And I was told by the city attorney that this is within city council purview. It's established in the record. I'm perfectly fine with it. But I think clarification needs to be made. In no way was I suggesting that we put in another square footage or, essentially write a new ordinance within this review period. That was not at all what I was suggesting. It's not within our expertise. We don't create law. We implement it and suggest it along, make suggestions and friendly amendments along the way. So just a point of clarification, but I'm certainly fine with it. It's well established in the record and in the minutes accordingly. So I'm, certainly will support the motion with the friendly amendment as stated by Commissioner Nichols. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to Mr. Pletcher, Commissioner Pletcher. I think you bring up a very good point, to be honest with you, because, again, this is new territory, and 12, 24, 36 months down the road, who knows where we're going to be. This is new territory. Likewise, in the next city council meeting, they're going to be talking about marijuana, which is also new territory. And it's just like, okay, where are we going to be in 12, 24, 36 months? So this is an excellent point, and I just want to make that a point, is that this is not something that we can guarantee what's going to happen. We have a good vision. I think staff has done an excellent job in kind of laying out the details. We've had some good discussion over it ourselves. Ultimately, this is just a recommendation to City Council. They will have the ultimate say on what happens. But I think it's a point well taken that, we think this is where we should be going, but until things start unrolling, you don't really know.
Yeah.
And I would venture to guess that City Council would have the wherewithal, whether it be comments from our good citizens or otherwise, to say, hey, something needs to be changed. That will come to the dais at some point if that needs to happen. So I thank you for your comments. I think it's well taken. And I hopefully we're putting ourselves on a good path. City Council will take the handoff here, make the final decision, and then in a couple of years we'll see where we end up. But thank you for those comments.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Just to follow up on a comment Mr. Town made earlier, is that the city is reporting to the state every year the state of the city's current housing stock. And this certainly isn't the last time we're going to be addressing the question of, are we really making a dent in the problem we have of not enough housing, of not enough affordable housing, not enough livable housing? We're going to continue to address that. And that's the key point. This is one more tool that should help with it, but it's not the only tool we have. So I hope I agree with Commissioner Nichols' comment that you're raising a very valid point in asking to continue to review, and I hope we do continue to review that because yeah, we need the housing. Commissioners, are there any other comments? All right, please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
This is a recommendation to the City Council, so there is no appeal for this case. It goes directly to the Council. And we will move next to minutes and resolutions from our previous meeting of February 13th. Commissioner Nichols.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just had what I believe should be one correction or addition to the minutes of February 13th, 2017. This would be page 2 of the minutes, page 37 of our packet, listing of the various speakers. And it has Jill Lederer, Moorpark, Greater Canal Valley Chamber of Commerce. I believe she was pro, but it's not stated there. I believe she was in support of the project.
She was pro. That's correct.
Yes. And with that edit, I'll move to approve the minutes and recommendations for February 13th.
And resolutions?
The minutes and resolutions, yes.
Commissioners, any comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 4-0.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Mr. Lanson abstained because he wasn't here at the last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Heer, for that clarification. We move now to AB 1234 reports. Commissioner Pletcher.
And we actually have some. Had the great opportunity to attend the League of California Cities, the Planning Commissioners Academy at the beautiful Los Angeles Airport Marriott along Century Boulevard. But we're not outside the whole time, so it's okay. Great discussion about what really, I took away from it was the discussion on what's happening at Sacramento. I think as we've seen tonight, the attack on trying to fix this housing problem is only beginning. I think there are a lot of good ideas floating around some 300 miles away. But at the same time, I was a little concerned that, they tend to chip away at what we're able to do here at the same time. One of the most, I tried to attend some of the more relevant ones to what we are dealing with. There was a great discussion on building a successful designated downtown, which I thought was very relevant to the Boulevard-specific plan, because it was more about marketing, it was more about outreach, and it was more about bringing fun events and what you can do to pull people into whatever a city would designate as a downtown. And one of the other ones that really just we went over was discussing sign ordinances, which I know the city we're working our way through. We actually were heard from our person that the city is working with, Randall Morrison, who was I thought very insightful as to what First Amendment issues are being considered by cities and how we got to where we are today. Then I think just finally on the third day, what really I enjoyed was what comes next. It was a discussion on looking forward to what the next 50 years of not only what would be our city, but California is going to be going through. And all signs point to really needing to fix this affordable housing and just problem, along with changes in technology. And I know we dealt with some of it today with I know I was not supposed to use the exact company name, but the short-term rental properties. Ideas like that are certainly not going away, and it was how cities can maybe try to embrace them to not only make sure they maintain revenue, but also just other ways that technology is brought into the city and what we can do to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon.
I also attended the Planning Commissioners Academy. I also learned a lot. We had some great ideas that I may bring up from time to time. I won't do that right now, but it really was very useful for a newer commissioner to learn so much of what happens behind the scenes at the planning department, what happens with development, and there was talk about infill projects and how to make them compatible with the rest of the city. A lot of good ideas, a lot of smart people there, so it was really interesting.
Yes.
Two of whom are sitting on this dais tonight. Thank you both for your reports, and I know from when I attended the academy, I found it very, very useful as well. Any other AB 1234 comments? Then we'll go to commissioner comments. Commissioner Nichols.
Yes, just wanted to proudly state that I'm now on a 20-year plan for improving our city, since we just had our second grandchild born this last week, and I want to make sure it's good enough for them in 20 years, so they'll have plenty of affordable housing or whatever it is that they want, to open space, trails, oak trees, you name it. Just gives me more incentive. But again, as we mentioned, we've got 4 generations here in town. It's exciting to have the history as well as the future. I'm very proud of our new granddaughter, Lydia Ruth. My daughter, Rebecca, and son-in-law, Keith Jones, gave birth to them on Thursday this week.
Congratulations. That's wonderful.
Congratulations. I'm delighted to hear. Happy news. Mr. Fletcher.
Certainly, congratulations across the dais. One of the, just wanted to point out, for those commissioners that get the Western City magazine, the March issue, I thought, had a great article on funding and affordable housing. I thought, to me, looking at this just issue overall, that is the primary need and the primary thing we need to fix, is being able to encourage these developers to come through our doors and stand at our podium and say, I want to build this affordable housing. The problem is just the money issue. It tends to be money because you got to chase grants from federal to state to local levels. So just wanted to point that out. It's a great article, highly recommend reading, especially as, from what I know that Sacramento's working on and what we're going to see in the future. It just provided another great perspective to maybe understanding what's coming. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I had a couple of questions from city residents, and I don't know whether these are for Mr. Town or Mr. Here, or maybe one and one. One question was whether the public can get access to all the materials that we get access to in our packets. Not only the staff reports, but also material that's supplied by the applicant. In one case, this resident was told that some of that material was subject to copyright and could not be shared with her. So I'm wondering if there's some process, or if there is a process in place, for that matter, where city residents can see the same materials we see, in the interest of transparency.
Sure. Currently, the process is that if one wants to look at the original documents for a case, the interested party can always come down to City Hall and look at the file, which contains environmental analyses, the full-size plans, which, as you know, are often voluminous. We have heretofore not placed such materials online due to concerns about copyright. issues and infringement, but in fact we are looking into that as we speak and looking at other cities and looking to see if there's any way that such documents could be provided. But currently and historically, the approach has been to come down and look at the file, and staff is always more than happy to go through the documents, sort of guide the viewer through those. And yet we are looking forward, looking at new technology and perhaps ways to increase the availability of such documents, because it goes beyond plans. It goes into a variety of oak tree reports, environmental documents themselves, hydrology, et cetera, et cetera. So typically a case file is quite extensive and deep in terms of background material.
And if I just may add, to be very brief, because this is something that's really, maybe getting off the agenda a little bit, but under the Public Records Act, people have a right to see public documents. But of course, with the Public Records Act, there's an analysis as to things that might be privileged or excluded from either copying or from even being reviewed. Many things could be such things as drafts of staff or copyrighted materials. A great example is architectural plans for a house or for a facility. Certainly the public can come and look at one, but they don't have a right to a copy of it. They can't take photographs of it. They can't film it. It's about, there's a process, though, to get the architect to get permission for that. But that's just an example of some things are protected. You do an analysis every time something is asked for. And so those are considerations that we always have to go through when we're asked to provide documents to somebody.
Yeah, so I guess there's some discussion over what the meaning of the term review means, whether it's availability online versus coming in to see it without the ability to copy it. But just as a general statement, if there's a way if we as commissioners see something and use that something as part of our decision process, if there's a way for the public to see that same material, subject to the restrictions you're naming, I think that would be beneficial. And that was the request of this city resident. Mr. Town has a comment on that.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out that for environmental documents, negative declarations, mitigated negative declarations, environmental impact reports, those are all placed online.
Yeah.
And those they're reduced copies, but they do contain typically 11 by 17 reduced exhibits that include all of your standard plans, site plan grading, elevations, architectural renderings, photo simulations. All of that is always online when you have one of those more in-depth environmental analyses.
And perhaps I'm just throwing this out there, the agendas that are put online, the staff's been doing a great job of linking to each agenda item, which in turn opens another document, which is that item. If things like negative declarations or MNDs or whatever are part of that document, since those are already in the public domain, if those also could be linked, since they are referenced in those documents as it is, that would be a logical place to link them. Commissioner McMahon.
At this academy we just attended, there was a panel discussion of some of the ideas of what some of the cities are doing. And Santa Barbara, I would maybe suggest you talk to Santa Barbara and to Anaheim, because from my notes, I believe Santa Barbara, they have on their website every project. They have storyboard pictures, they have 3D simulations, they have all the phases up on a website, on the city website, and they have the planner, contact information, all the development applications. If my notes are correct, and I remember correctly, both Anaheim and Santa Barbara have everything online so that the public can see it from day one all the way through. So perhaps you can consult with them and how they do that and what they hold back. It's just something that they seem to do. So.
I'm also aware, I was going to mention this to Mr. Town offline, but I guess I should mention as well, in the same vein. I know the founder of an organization that is working on putting building codes. Every building code for every municipality in the United States and many internationally, putting all of that online. And this is an organization with a lot of experience in doing this on a very large scale. The Library of Congress is one of their current, it's a nonprofit organization, but the Library of Congress is a customer of theirs. So I will follow up with a pointer to that organization and that person. Yeah. The other question I had just quickly from two other residents was a question about the process for changing the tree palette within the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. Two residents complained to me saying we're stuck, and we heard the same testimony during our study session on the community forestry element. We're stuck with crepe myrtle and Chinese flame trees, so-called lollipop trees. And the question was, what do we do to change that? My not very satisfactory to them answer was, as commissioners, we implement policy, we don't make it. But I guess the question I'm asking is what do I tell these residents about the process to change that tree palette?
I think Mr. Town can chime in on this one, I think a little bit more than me, but my first response would be that there was a process for picking those trees. There was an environmental review, there was an analysis done. A lot of vetting went on to the downtown boulevard as far as tree palettes and heights of buildings, etc. And so there was that process, and there was an opportunity for people to provide their opinions. And certainly, I think from the previous project that we had, that staff was going off on what was approved under that palette as part of that previous environmental document.
And just to follow up those comments, the proper vehicle would be a specific plan amendment, which would need to be initiated. The city could consider that, but as Mr. Heher said, the issue of street trees was evaluated as part of the specific plan, but it would require a specific plan amendment, and that would require this body's review and then back on to City Council. Actually, the City Council adopted a pretty broad range of amendments to the specific plan last year. That was when the additional units were brought into the sort of local measuring bank, so to speak. But that's always a process. In fact, that's now the third amendment to the specific plan that we have processed. So I guess we're beginning to see it as a somewhat evolving process, but that would be the appropriate approach.
Okay, thank you for answering that process question. Commissioners, are there any other comments? Commissioner Nichols.
This is a question for Mr. Town and perhaps Mr. Heher. Going back to the election process of chair and vice chair, the bylaws state that's supposed to be the first meeting of the year for the commission. However, in my tenure here, whenever there's an election, it takes a while for that council member to go through the vetting process, interview process, to actually get a commissioner selected and then appointed. And it's rarely ever in time for the first meeting of the year. So on alternate years, we're able to do it when there's no election, but during the election years, then we have to defer it for a couple of months. Would it be appropriate to find the appropriate time, whether it's 1st of February, 1st of March, whatever it is, and say, all right, we're going to reset the 12-month schedule to a more reasonable approach where it now is consistent every year in a 12-month cycle? If you want to review that and maybe bring it back to the commission for discussion.
That's an interesting proposition. We can look at election years and when we brought the appointments to the new appointments to this body and when the council made their actions, and that may shed light on what's a more appropriate time of the year to actually go through that process.
Mhm.
It's typically more, I would venture to guess, more in March.
Yeah, February, March, I think would be more the standard, but something to consider. If you could take a look at that, and if it's something the commission can consider, I'd certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. That's an interesting question. Any other commissioner comments? Very well. Well, again, I want to welcome our newest commissioner. Good job on your first meeting. And with that, we are adjourned until April 10. Good night, Thousand Oaks.
Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor! Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor! Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
number that we are diving into this week is a huge production number called What You Want, and it takes place when Elle has finally made the decision that in order to get her boyfriend Warner back, she needs to follow him all the way to Harvard Law School. So she studies really hard for the LSATs. But another portion of the admissions process is to submit a personal essay.
How's this for a personal essay? We're all her cheerleader Delta New friends, and we're there to support her. And instead of writing an admissions essay, she has this big, huge dance number. So that's what we're doing at Harvard.
And it's a really fun, chaotic, crazy, exciting number.
We're using Jerry Mitchell's original choreography, which is a really cool mix of cheerleading choreography, as well as some of us are learning how to be flag holders, other people are learning how to be in a marching band, even though they're just musical theater dancers.
And it transforms from the beginning. It goes into so many different things. All of a sudden, first you're in cheerleading, then you're in African, then you're in crazy.
We have trumpets, we have drums, we
Tap break,
a little tap break,
lifts,
stunting, everything. Yeah, it's got a little of everything.
5, 6, 7, 8, do the Harlem Shake. What?
So the actors really have to be on their game to know I'm doing this step here, and then I have to book it downstage because somebody's going to fly at me with a flag or a trumpet or a drumstick or something like that. It moves at such a rapid pace that you have to be 10 beats ahead of it.
Oh, I'm having so much fun. I'm sweating, but I'm having the best time of my life doing this.
The performers that we have here are just fantastic, and I'm just excited to share all the joy that we've been able to be a part of with Legally Blonde in previous years, that now they get to enjoy that same excitement.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the VC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle. Now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50. and $125 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA. Oh, that's gonna need marked. Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks. Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
At the University of Miami in Florida.
Yes, and we're here at the Future Forum. But before we get started, there are a few things that I need to talk about that are noticeably different from our ordinary broadcast. As you probably recognize, Chris isn't here. I'm not going to get into the personal reasons that he's not here. That's his own thing, but...
Now, wait a minute. What did he do to him?
No, I didn't do anything, but I am the host.
You know he's always wanted that position.
And he just strong-armed it this morning.
Yeah, all by himself. I wonder if Chris knows.
Well, you know, I mean, yes, I'm physically strong, but I would never strong-arm Chris because I'm not a violent person in any way. But he couldn't
Although
be
he could
here.
pay someone.
Guys, we're hosting.
Sorry, okay,
yes.
go ahead.
And so we're here at the Future Forum with me as host. In fact, Jackie, you're abandoning everything I taught you yesterday about what it means to be a co-host that supports the host. And I actually had Ron shoot some video of our little meeting yesterday, and so why don't we roll with that? So we got a show tomorrow.
Yep.
Do you have an agenda or anything for me to go over and evaluate?
Ooh, don't you have that?
Well, I mean, you were on the same telecons and stuff. I mean, as host, I wouldn't think I'd have to do any of that. I mean, it could just be, I thought you would put all that together. Don't you have some notes or anything I can...
Haven't you learned from Chris? He does a lot of work.
Yeah, Chris does do a lot of work.
Yeah.
I'd call him, but, you know, he can't really help me at this point. Is there anything, I mean, what's the Future Forum?
Blair.
Yeah?
I have to tell you something.
Okay.
I know we give you a hard time.
Right?
But I have a lot of faith that you could do a really good job.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah?
So I need you to really get your stuff together. You've been in the same telecons, write everything that, go back through your notes,
Okay.
put an agenda together, and then we can review it together.
Okay. All right, well, can you forward me everything you've got?
Sure.
Okay, that'll help, and then I'll read that, and we'll get together later, and I'll try to... Yeah, that's not the tape that we run. We didn't talk about that.
Yes, it is. It's exactly what happened.
That was not good at all, Blair.
What are you talking? I didn't do. That's not right. I had my A game on. That's I disavow and.
That was
totally,
C+ game, Doc.
C+, yeah, that was a C+ game, but that's not accurate.
Well, you know, if Chris were here, he would have done his research, he would have checked the sources, he would have used the internet.
No, Franklin, you, Blair, you're doing a great job,
Thank
and I'm
you.
sure Chris would be so proud.
Yes, he would be. I saw that. And Chris is not here, but I'm hosting, and everything's going well if you just get on board. So we're talking about the Future Forum, and we're going to be hearing from Shayna Dale and Carl Waltz. I got to interview them, and that went great, so we'll look forward to that. But also I understand that even though I'm not Chris, you guys did get out to the campus. Tell us about that.
I think Chris would be proud of what we did.
Very proud of what we did. We actually did an ESA here on the campus of the University of Miami, and we had a lot of interesting responses from the students here, and Jackie was superb.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. We expect a lot, but
This
she
is the
always
first time
delivers.
I worked with Franklin.
Yes,
it was a pleasure.
How did Franklin do?
Oh, excellent.
Oh, yeah, he
excellent.
always does a good job.
Yeah, so but I think you look forward to seeing that, and as I said, we talked a lot about technologies, and the students, believe it or not, were all over it.
Boy, I tell you, I like the feeling we're getting here. We're starting to build as a team. Now, Chris is absent, maybe not such a big deal.
Well,
you feel that?
Well, Chris is actually a teacher.
Yes,
he
he is.
before he came here to NASA Edge, and I think his presence here on the University at the University of Miami is missed.
Definitely missed.
Yeah, and the students didn't really respond to all my professorial efforts either, which is unfortunate. But that's okay, because I'm not a teacher like Chris. But I am a host, and you're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
From the University of Miami in Florida.
Now things are cooking. This is good. This is nice. I feel like we're bonding as a
Where's
team.
that blazer?
I need it with the patches.
All systems online and operational. Awaiting command.
All clear. Forward 2 meters.
Forward 2 meters. Go.
Wait a minute. What was that?
Unidentified object, 20 degrees. Tracking.
Send command. Pan right.
Panning right. Clear.
See, something else moved it, Chris. This isn't... I didn't make it do that. This doesn't make any sense.
Did you check the batteries?
No, batteries. It's infrared. It doesn't need batteries.
You ran out of water.
Pan left.
Panning left.
I forgot the batteries.
It's infrared. It doesn't need batteries.
Houston, we have confirmation.
There is no intelligent life on Mars.
Been out there, rover, been more food. Can anyone hear me? Anyone in JPL? Johnson?
Welcome back to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
We're here on the campus of the University of Miami outside their Student Center. And this is the place where we're going to ask ESA questions to the students about spin-off technology and the future of NASA.
Who do you think will win, the guys or the girls?
I think the men will do pretty good.
I have a feeling the women always know what they're talking about.
Let's check it out. Okay, Amy, my first question to you is, what is a rescue pod?
I would have to say something that goes on a spaceship in case something goes wrong.
Are you kidding me?
I'm guessing it's set in space.
It's a part of a ship that can eject and bring whoever's on the ship to safety.
Well, I don't know exactly what it is, but I have a feeling because I remember I was watching Air Force One with Harrison Ford, and they used a pod for him to like escape and stuff like that. So I'm thinking that's what it is.
Okay, the rescue pod I'm talking about is actually spelled RESQPOD. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
I have no idea. I really don't.
It's actually spelled RESQPOD.
Oh, then I guess a rescue pod. Seeing that iPod and that pod spelled the same, I believe it's some type of variation of an iPod.
The rescue pod is actually a device that enhances circulation to the heart and the brain during CPR.
Oh.
It was born out of technology used at NASA to help astronauts get reacclimated and to increase their circulation when they got back on Earth.
Okay.
Just a bit of information.
Okay.
So you learned something today.
I did.
Okay. The second question is multiple choice. And we're talking about spin-off technology. How many spin-off technologies has NASA developed over the years? A, 16, B, 160, or C, 1,600?
160.
The middle one, B.
B.
Spin-off technologies in terms of just other technology.
I'll go with B.
It's actually 1,600.
Really?
Yeah. It's pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah. I'm only familiar with the Sleep Member bed because of all the
All the
advertising.
commercials, that's true.
I'll say C, 1,600.
C, 1,600?
C, 1,600?
Absolutely correct. Good. I mean, you're looking real smart today now. No one's going to get the first one. I actually believe that.
And the last question is a lot easier. Where would you like to see NASA go in the future?
Like, I know this is kind of like what everyone says, to go to Mars and stuff like that, but I think that we should discover if there's actually life out there.
I'd like to see NASA develop programs that can further help us on Earth as well as in space too, so keep on developing technologies that can assist us to progress our civilization.
Flying cars.
Flying cars. Why flying cars?
I don't know. It would just be cool to see.
Well, nanotechnology is something that vets have started to dabble in slightly, as the medical field has also started. So I guess trying to improve nanotechnology so it's more available to, forms of medicine, and it can help more.
Probably Mars.
Ooh, I have one. So I heard that when you go up into space, your bone density is decreased very much. So perhaps they can do more research to rebuild up the bone density for people who have osteoporosis. So it'd be helping, the spacemen and also regular people.
I would like to see NASA back on the moon. I think so much was dedicated before my lifetime to getting there, and there's so much more we could do there, I believe, if we went back.
Wow, we had a good time here on the campus of the University of Miami during our ESA questions. And I'm actually proud to say that the women did edge out the men by a small percentage on their answers.
Yes, they did. And we had some really great answers from nanotechnology to flying cars. It was great to see what all the students had to say about NASA and how interested they were.
Hey, so until the next time we step out for another ESA, and hopefully you'll come out and work with me again.
Oh, I'd love to.
Hey, until then, this is NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Excellent job on the ESA, guys. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think our first ever NASA Edge tag team, where we actually had two people out at the same time getting ESA questions
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the first time I've actually had an opportunity to work with you. Mm-hmm. And actually, when we were down in Daytona.
During the road trip.
During our road trip, Blair got out on the beach and did a little ESA interaction with the people. But this was different, and it was nice to be working here with you at the University of Miami.
Thank you. Same here.
Of course, those were my pre-hosting days. I mean, that was the old co-host days. So you're kind of following in my footsteps, of course. And I'm very professional now hosting, and I did get an opportunity to speak with the Honorable Shana Dale, the Deputy Administrator at NASA, which was great. And I actually got to spend a lot of time with her. We had a very long interview. She asked really tough questions, and she was very responsive, and we're going to take a look at that. And you guys, I'm sure you guys will be impressed. What you're going to see here now in this interview is an inside look at all things NASA via Blair and Shana Dale. So let's check it out. Well, thanks so much, Shana, for coming and talking to us about the future forums. My first question right off the bat is actually, what is the Future Forum?
The Future Forum is an opportunity to go to 7 different cities in 2008, places that we don't typically go to, not our traditional aerospace stomping grounds, and kind of share the wealth in terms of what NASA's doing. This is our 50th year anniversary, so part of this is celebration, talking about the achievements over the past 50 years, but always also looking towards the future and what our new programs are, and really trying to re-engage with the American public and share the excitement that we feel about the space program.
How exactly does a spin-off technology happen?
Well, spin-offs are part of the whole space economy that we're talking about.
Now, I'm sorry, space economy, is that like U.S. dollars, or is it like
No, it's actually worldwide.
Oh,
and for 2007, the new numbers are just in, and it's $251 billion in revenue worldwide that were generated.
Wow.
A huge number. So the space economy is really everything that we get from space, in terms of, you know, what comes out of exploring, understanding, utilizing space. So it can range all the way from, you know, applications like extracting money from your ATM machine, kind of low-tech, all the way up to really high-tech stuff like advanced breast cancer imaging, which came out of the Hubble Space Telescope program. Because NASA is engaged in going into the unique, extreme environment of space, we obviously have to innovate and create our own technologies to accomplish our missions.
And that's interesting. Now, how does that happen when NASA does something like, use the Hubble or something in the ISS or space station? How does that make its way to the public?
Well, a lot of times it's interaction from the Innovative Partnership Program Office that also has small offices in each of our centers. So it's connection with those particular communities, but also doing broad announcements of technologies that have come out and opportunities to partner or opportunities just to pick up those technologies and further develop them.
If I'm a small business person in Miami and I come to the Future Forum here, you know, what can I do as a result of attending a really cool Future Forum? Because I thought it was time travel at first, but that's my own ignorance, but I guess it's something else.
Well, you know, for small businesses, I think it's making that initial connection with us. And the primary place for people, you know, in Florida would be to have that connection with the Kennedy Space Center and have a direct connection with the Technology Transfer Office and the Small Business Office there. That's your first venue, but you may want to have a relationship with any one of our centers or the people at headquarters, and all of the people that are working in those offices are very receptive to developing relationships with these small businesses.
I come here and hear about all the technology, and then I start to contact Kennedy or another agency, and possibly we can partner on developing technology.
Could be.
And then adding our own dollars to the space economy.
Exactly. Yeah, and also adding to, you know, we have over 1,600 documented NASA-derived technologies at this point, which is very significant, and that could add to that collection as well.
Yeah, and that's quite a Hall of Fame to be. You know, you can create a T-shirt. I was one of, you know, my technology was developed by something from NASA, which would be kind of cool.
Well, and that's all part of, you know, what NASA does to spur innovation in the United States, and also really increase our U.S. economic competitiveness, and all of that adds to it. You know, small business is a major driver of the U.S. economy. So to the extent that NASA can take what we've uniquely developed and you know, help transfer that technology and further the economic base of the country, that's in everybody's interest.
I notice you're referred to as the Honorable Shana Dale. How could I get the status of the Honorable co-host Blair Allen or Honorable host? How do you get that?
You get that by, how I got that was going through becoming a presidential appointee, Senate confirmed person. So it's kind of a hard path. Yeah, you might want to think about maybe a different title, like the Grand Poobah.
Ah, nice.
You know, it's a little bit different. It's something different than the Honorable, but it's unique.
And it also it has some clout.
Yeah.
I think if I were the Grand Poobah Media Nut of NASA Edge, that might help me get along.
There you go. That opens doors.
Awesome. Well, I'm all about opening doors, except when you're in space, unless you're clothed properly, because that's important. Okay, well, thanks so much. We look forward to the future forum, and thanks for the interview. This is great. You're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Who was that guy? I thought I was going to be interviewed by Chris.
And welcome back to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
From the University of Miami in Florida at the Future Forum, where, as you can see with my incredible hosting leadership, we can mix things up here. And Jackie gets to open the show, and then Franklin, and then...
You know, that was Franklin's idea.
You know, I came up with that idea before we came back.
Right, but...
Give credit where credit is due. It's part of being a leader.
Yeah, right, but my leadership allowed that creativity to flourish, which is nice. And speaking of flourishing, how about that interview with Shana Dale? Pretty good.
Great job.
Oh, thanks. Awesome.
It was pretty good, but I kind of think that Chris fed you some information and questions for that interview.
Did you see the interview? Those were my questions, you know that. Chris would have done a better job, I think, with the questions than I did. But I put things together, and of course Shana Dale, brilliant in answering, did a great job, and certainly helped me learn a lot more about NASA, which is great, and hopefully you as well.
And the most interesting part to me was the education part.
Yeah. Well, you work in education, right?
I do. I work with a program called 21st Century Explorer. It's in both English and Spanish, and offers hands-on activities with additional resources just for teachers and parents, all downloadable for free.
That was almost host-like. I mean, you did a good job. That was pretty impressive.
Thank you.
So this is not our first rodeo?
That's true, but see, again, under my leadership, see how this all comes together? It's really nice.
Blair, this is a democracy.
I'm sorry. Anyway, to not be a dictator, I'll move on and more democratically approach our interview with actually Carl Walls, former astronaut. I talked to him, and we're going to look at that interview, and he's in charge of the Advanced Technologies Division at NASA. So you're going to learn a lot of interesting things about technology and what we're doing in the space program. So it should be good. Let's take a look. Hi, we're here with Carl Walls. He is an astronaut at NASA, and also his title, if I get this correct, because it's rather long, is Director of Advanced Capabilities Division. That sounds a lot like Morgan Freeman from the Dark Knight Batman movie. What exactly do you do as the Director of Advanced Capabilities?
Well, in the Exploration Systems Mission Directorate, there's two groups. There's the Constellation Group, and, we all know what those guys do, developing the next generation of space transportation. On the advanced capabilities side, we have our Lunar Precursor Robotics Program, so the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and LCROSS are in that group, along with our Human Research Program, a lot of that work being done on the International Space Station. And then we also have our Exploration Technology Development Program, which is providing the technology underpinnings for, both Orion, Ares 1, and then Ares 5, Altair the lander, and then our surface capabilities as we develop the outpost on the moon.
So you don't have much to do in that office, basically?
No.
That's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of stuff. It's a really broad brush of, and I'll go from talking about, surface nuclear reactors for the moon to talking about the effects of bone loss on astronauts. So
wow. So you cover the whole gamut then.
I try.
Because we were actually looking at, we're going to do some segments on LRO and LCROSS, and I wouldn't have put that in that division. But so anyway, so you're basically dealing with how, really not just in support of Constellation, but sort of all the other things that go into a long-term presence on the moon. Is
Absolutely.
That right?
That's right. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Now, how is real estate going to work on the moon then? Are you going to be involved in selling plots and the nitty-gritty of all that, or how's that going to work?
Well, it's a good question because, it's a lot of those things have to do with international treaties. There's peaceful uses of the Moon Treaty. There's a Moon Treaty itself. So all those things have to get worked out. Our piece of that is to develop a comprehensive topographic map of the Moon, and we'll do that with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And along with that will also be surveys of some of the resources that we might expect to find on the Moon. And then the LCROSS, we hope to see if there's any water ice in some of these permanently shadowed craters. And so that's going to smack into a crater, create a big debris cloud that we'll be able to measure and look for direct evidence of water. So it's going to be pretty exciting. We're going to try to set it up so that it's visible from Earth. So we'll have Earth telescopes as well as space telescopes looking for the big boom. So,
well, I tell you what, just as an aside, I know the treaty, International Moon Treaty thing is important, but if we could get a little, plot of land on the Shackleton Rim, I'm looking to put a retirement community there.
There you go.
I'm setting aside some money now, some investments that maybe we could put toward that. So,
hey, it's 16G. It's easier to get around.
Yeah. See, what I'm wondering if, and this is just if you could help me out here, as an untrained or a media in training, let's say, that wants to go to the moon, would it be more likely for me to get in on a robotics mission, where, put myself at risk, I'm willing to do that, and maybe go up with some robots and then sort of do a mixed mission ahead of the regular astronauts? I mean, if something goes wrong, at least I'll have helped the cause.
You will have helped the cause.
Is that possible? I mean, do they have an avenue for something like that at NASA?
Right now, I don't think so. I think it's either robots or it's people. But we'll see how that goes.
I'm willing to go out to the desert rats like I did. I did some research. Didn't turn out the way I wanted, but I mean, it's a first step.
Yep. And one of the things we really want to see if we can actually live off the land to a certain extent, using in situ resource utilization.
What was that?
This is actually using the elements that exist on the moon to provide oxygen or water or raw materials, to take those things and then so that we don't have to bring as much from Earth.
Right, because it's got to be incredibly difficult to keep providing those resources from Earth and for lack of a better word, shipping them up there.
Exactly. Yeah, the shipping cost is really expensive.
FedEx doesn't even go to the moon.
Not yet.
Not yet, but maybe in the space economy.
In the space economy, that could be a future growth market for them.
Yeah, see, so I'm getting the lingo down. I'm meeting all the right people. I tell you, I think I'm ready. You got to help me out. Help me out with that.
I think you're getting there. Yeah.
Now, I do understand. Just one more question. You used to hold the record for spending the longest time in space. Is that correct?
It was Dan Bursch and I, and it was the U.S. record for the longest U.S. space mission. And of course, the longest human mission was 432 days. Polyakov from Russia. So for Dan Bursch and I, we held that record for Expedition 4. We recently. That record was supplanted by Mike L.A., Lopez Alegria, and his mission on the International Space Station. That was 213 days.
Yeah, it's still cool. I mean, how do you feel about your record? Athletes sometimes, they don't like to see their records being broken. But how do you feel about having your record broken?
It's one of those things that you have to be philosophical about, because I think records are made to be broken, and you want that, at least I would like to see that continue, longer stays, because eventually when we go to Mars, the minimum time one way is like 6 months, so you have to come back, you want to stay a while, so you're talking certainly more than a year or maybe up to 3 years there, staying and coming back. And so we need to set more records like that.
Well, I think it'd be cool, and I think it is great. I think you're right, and that's a good attitude, certainly, because ultimately with the long-term presence in space, the record would be obviously broken. But I don't know how Dan feels, but if you wanted a sort of astronaut media night co-op program where maybe you and I could go up.
Oh, there you go.
And then we could break, all the current records.
There you go.
With your expertise and my wit. And entertainment value, 6 months in space, no problem. easy on their way to Mars. It'd be
There
great.
you go. There you go.
Awesome. Well, thanks for taking the time for the interview. And
my pleasure.
I hope the forum goes well, and we look forward to hearing you talk and hearing more from you. It'll be great.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Sure.
You're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA. And if you're at DRATS, maybe again this looks like it's finally my chance to fly. You ready to get up?
What are you doing? I got 6 more quarters here.
Brother, not again.
Welcome back to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
From the University of Miami in Florida at the Future Forum. What did you guys think of the Carl Walls interview?
I loved it.
It was great. He was a pretty interesting guy.
Yeah, what's really cool, I think, is the fact that not only we learn about what's happening in the space program, but we're also finding out how we're actually going to accomplish some of these things. So that's very fascinating. And we'll actually hear more about that at the Future Forum. You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
From the University of Miami in Florida.
Not bad. A little successful show there. Yeah. Putting it together live. Not bad. Yeah. Hey, Chris, sorry, yes, it's Blair. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to be, I'm at the forum, I'm just not in the forum. Yeah, I know, as host of the show, I'm supposed to be in the forum, but I gave the tickets to Jackie and Franklin. What, they called you and they're already in? Yeah, that's about right.
Nothing gets my blood pumping more than a packed stadium, fans cheering, and the swish of a perfect basket. When I was diagnosed with colon cancer, it became an eerie silence. Early detection helped me, and it can help you too. Today, colon cancer can be treated with minimally invasive surgery, which will get you back in the game sooner than open surgery. I want you to meet my friend, Dr. Michael Harris, who's joined me in the fight.
Good one, Coach. Each year, more than 145,000 Americans will be diagnosed with colon cancer. It's the second largest cancer killer in the United States, but it doesn't have to be. Colon cancer is preventable, treatable, and if found early enough, beatable. If you are over 50 or have a family history of colon cancer, speak to your doctor, get screened, and understand your treatment options. Heads up, Coach.
Visit mybluestar.org and pass it on.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks.
Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
We're at a top secret location at NASA Johnson Space Center.
Building 220.
Here for the XHAB competition.
Where we're about to see the University of Maryland deploy their concept as part of the XHAB Academic Innovation Challenge.
Don't fear the turtle.
Why would you fear a turtle?
Let's just go check them out.
Turtles are nice. They're cute. They're solid and robust and compact.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Oh, that's going to leave a mark.
Hey, we're here with Tracy Gill, Deputy Project Manager for the Habitat Demonstration Unit. So Tracy, tell me a little bit about the XHAB competition.
It's an academic innovation challenge where we funded 3 different university teams to build a version of an inflatable loft, which the loft is going to be a habitat for the Habitat Demonstration Unit. The Habitat Demonstration Unit hard shell has kind of a laboratory, so together the habitat and the laboratory will make the first version of our deep space habitat configuration.
Now, how were those 3 schools chosen for the competition?
We had an announcement in the summer of 2010 where we asked university teams to apply for how they would run a program to conduct the XHAB challenge. So it's not just that we're going to build something, they had to integrate it into their curriculum, and they had to follow a systems engineering process, and then they had to actually build the product and deliver it.
So Gary, what are some of the criteria you're looking for in judging?
It's kind of a 3-step process. First is the inflation, timed inflation, how easy will it be to inflate it out in the desert and so forth. Today we're at day 2. The second phase is the interior outfitting. How well do they utilize the space? How functional is it? Is it something that would be comfortable for the crew out at Deserats as well as for future missions? How well do they incorporate that?
For example, there's 4 beds in Maryland that have. So would you go in there and just sleep there for an hour or 2 just to see what it's like?
That's definitely a possibility. That might not be a bad idea for the judges to do that, huh?
I know you're an intern here at NASA Johnson Space Center this summer, but you were also on the Oklahoma State University's design team. What are some of the challenges that you faced?
You know, one of the biggest challenges is how do you get it to deploy without touching it or moving it? You know, that was a big requirement for NASA. It has to be autonomous, and we worked really hard to try and make that happen. For the most part, it did work, but our biggest challenge was when we were coming down, when we were stowing, our beams kind of wanted to bow out a little bit, and that kind of hindered the stowing process, but you know, that's why we're engineers. We're trying to figure out ways to solve problems like that.
I mean, this is a great way for your students to get that hands-on experience.
Yes. You know, at the University of Maryland, we're always trying to find ways to get our students hands-on, because for a lot of students, that's a prime learning mode. You know, you learn by doing as opposed to by having someone tell you how to do it. And so we're always looking for student projects, and this was a wonderful one.
There's going to be many parameters on which we'll be judged, some of them more obvious than others. Like the main parameter is the stowed volume, so when the habitat is all closed and collapsed versus when it's completely expanded. So the ratio between these 2 volumes is important. Also, the mass that the habitat weighs on Earth here is a critical parameter.
I think I read something where it does have to maintain the inflated state for a certain amount of time.
Leak rate is what you're probably referring to, which means once you inflate the habitat and you cut off the air supply, how long does it stay up? That is going to be probably one of the most challenging parameters on which we'll be judged on.
Do these noises in the background make you nervous when it comes to leak rate?
No, because I know pretty well where they're bolting. If they were bolting anywhere else, I would be nervous.
Well, now, are there other rules like don't run with scissors in the hab when it's inflated? I mean, is that...
Actually, there's a fun fact. When there was a discussion on safety exits, and we were a little bit undecided on where to place our safety exits, someone on our team proposed, why don't we just give a knife to all the astronauts, and in case of emergency, they'll just cut their way out. Obviously, that would never work, but it was fun enough.
Each of the teams has the same basic parameters to satisfy, but they've solved them in different ways. For instance, the Oklahoma State team last week built a 2-floor loft. This team has built a 1-floor loft that's a little bit more compact.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but so there's 3 teams, 3 schools. So next week is Wisconsin. Oklahoma State went first. Maryland's this week. There's a 4th week that was added to it. And I believe that the co-host is actually right now in the works building his own hab, 2nd floor. You think there's room to maybe look at his?
It's probably a small one if it's for him, so it's probably okay. Yeah.
It wouldn't take that long to build, would it?
No. Piece of cake.
So next year we're going to build another habitat.
Wonderful.
But not inflatable this time.
Okay.
They've asked us to build what they call HDU Light, which is like the habitat on the bottom.
Right.
This one is one piece, and it takes special convoys to get it from here to Arizona. So they've asked us to design a habitat that can fit into a standard shipping container in pieces. So we have a modular design where you can unbolt it into 3 sections, fit in one shipping container, and put it on a truck and go.
One question I do have, through the rumor mill, I have not confirmed this. What were you guys thinking when you included a disco ball on the inside of your hab?
We do have some pretty eccentric people on our team. I think it might have even been the professors doing.
This is highly questionable.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on anything, but I think it was maybe just a last-minute a deal to show a little bit of humor, you know.
And they will also be debuting the polyester spacesuits as well.
Yeah, parachute pants and all. We're throwing back, yeah.
Well, the X-Hab Challenge is a wrap.
And it's been a great week seeing the University of Maryland deploy their Habitat Demonstration Unit.
And we want to congratulate all the schools that actually submitted designs for the challenge.
And let's run through the finalists one more time.
We have Oklahoma State University, the University of Maryland, and the University of Wisconsin.
And the winner is...
the University of Wisconsin.
And the next time we see their habitat deployed, it will be at Black Point Lava Flow, Arizona for Desert Rats 2011.
So until next time, you're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Hey, do badgers live out in the desert?
That might be a little tricky. Yeah, we'll have to check on that. Talk to a zoologist.
Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Hey, we're here at NASA Langer Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, and we're going to be talking about Discover AQ.
And I'm hoping to actually discover what this massive acronym Discover stands for in the process.
Yeah, in a few minutes I'll be talking to Jim Crawford, who's the principal investigator, and I'm going to ask him that very same question.
And I'm going to be flying on the P3, so I'll be able to ask some of the other researchers what it stands for as well.
You're flying on what?
The P3, one of the planes flying as part of Discover AQ.
How'd you get that gig?
Well, it's not who you know, it's what... No, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Well, I tell you what. Well, see, just right then and there, that kind of scares me because did you let them know about the magnetospherence level that you produce? Because there's a lot of instruments on board that plane, and if you corrupt the data, the whole mission's a wash.
I honestly thought the health form would rule out the entire flight. So I think they were more focused on that. But I'm also stopping at the Beltsville, Maryland ground station. Okay. So I'll ask them there too. So.
Well, I tell you what, you prepare for that. I'll go talk to Jim. You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things.
We got a train whistle blowing here. Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Oh, that's going to leave a mark.
Hey, we're here with Jim Crawford, the principal investigator for Discover AQ. And Jim, what's Discover AQ stand for?
It's a fairly tortured acronym, but Discover AQ stands for Deriving Information on Surface Conditions from Vertically Resolved and Column Observations Relevant to Air Quality.
Sounds like a dissertation.
There'll be enough information out of this project to cover many dissertations. The number of students involved and scientists, we expect a lot of papers and results to come out of this.
Now, kind of give us the big picture. What's Discover AQ all about?
Well, Discover AQ came from a realization at NASA that we have satellites that can see constituents in the atmosphere that have to do with air quality, but can't see them in a way that's good enough to ascertain what's happening at the surface where people have been exposed to poor air quality. From a regulatory standpoint, the EPA and other regulators want to understand what's happening right here where you and I are standing. They're not even interested as high as maybe a few thousand feet above our heads. So trying to protect health is about what you're breathing now, not about what's present higher in the atmosphere.
And satellites have a tough time detecting that here.
Well, pollution aloft versus pollution at the surface is difficult for satellites because they're looking down from space through the entire atmosphere. Right. And so they're measuring the total amount of a constituent throughout that column. Within that column, the pollution is distributed, and trying to determine how much of it is at low versus aloft is a particularly vexing problem. The satellite collects that one piece of information, that total amount in the atmosphere. But how do we tease apart the way it's distributed? And you have to put yourself in different vantage points to be able to do that.
To cover those different vantage points, I've put together a few crude models to illustrate the assets that you might find at a particular ground station. The first vantage point we get from the sun photometer, which is run here by Dr. Xavier. The instrument actually looks directly through the column of atmosphere, directly at the sun.
Basically, we know the energy at the top of the atmosphere very precisely in discrete wavelengths. that are basically windows for aerosols. This little device measures the energy coming in at the bottom of the atmosphere, and the difference is due to either absorption or scattering by particles in the atmosphere. And we come up with a quantity we call aerosol optical depth.
Looking at pollution, what types of pollution are we looking at? Just aerosol gases?
Well, from a regulatory standpoint, there are two things that are regulated very heavily, and that's particulate matter, or we call it aerosols in the atmosphere, and particularly the small aerosols, things that when you breathe can reach deep into your lungs. Think of it as a natural secondhand smoke. Right. And then ozone. Ozone is not emitted in pollution, but it results from the chemical outplay of the degradation of emissions. And so ozone is a highly reactive gas. We tend to think of it as the thing in the stratosphere that protects us from ultraviolet light, but down low near the surface, it's a reactive gas that when you ingest it into your lungs, it reacts with tissues and causes damage. Right. Not just to people, but to ecosystems. Agricultural productivity is also degraded by the presence of ozones.
Another asset is the untethered ozone sonde, sonde being the French word for science. We release this ozone sonde into the same column of atmosphere. Ooh, I guess I should have thought about how to recover that.
So what happens with the ozone sondes is that there's a pump on the ozone sonde and it draws in air as the balloon is rising. And then that air will react with a chemical solution that's inside the sonde. And so that chemical reaction creates a current, which we then measure. So we're basically getting real-time measurements of, at this point in the atmosphere, this is the concentration of ozone. We actually put contact information in there. So, comes down somebody's backyard, they can give us a phone call. Hopefully we can make arrangements to pick it up. At the very least, we can be like, it's not going to hurt you. You can stop panicking now.
The tethered ozone sonde actually covers the area of the column from the ground up to 500 feet. And oh, look, we have a special guest. Researcher Jim Crawford's here to run camera during a tethered ozone sonde ascent. Release the sondes. Data's looking good.
The other thing we're measuring right now is aerosol spectrum. What that tells us is, for a given size, how many aerosols are present. Aerosols, of course, mean just a little particle of dust. Okay. So this instrument measures aerosols from about 200 nanometers up to 20 micrometers. So what we're able to do is provide a profile very low down to compare with what the airplane measures between 1,000 and 5,000 feet.
After taking off from NASA Wallops, the P-3 follows a specific predetermined flight plan covering each of the Discover AQ ground stations. And then, obeying all laws of science and physics, the P-3 flies in over the tethered sonde at 5,000 feet, begins a corkscrew motion safely all the way down to 1,000 feet gathering data, and then heads off to the next ground station.
A satellite looks at particles due to their scattering. So light comes in the atmosphere, and just like in haze, you can see the light being scattered. Right. And so they have to ascertain how much particulate matter is there based on a scattering signal. But that scattering signal is a wet signal, and the wetter the particle, the bigger it is, the more it scatters. Right. So we have to understand not only the amount of particles in the atmosphere, but what their affinity for water is. Are they ones that like to be wet or ones that tend to shun water? We also have to worry about what they're made of. Sulfate aerosols from burning coal and things like that will tend to reflect light. Black carbon particles from a diesel engine, for instance, will absorb light. And so the difference between the way a particle interacts with light is important, as well as whether it grows in a humidified environment.
And that's why you have so many instruments to actually measure that.
And if you saw the aerosol rack on the plane, 17 instruments, all looking at something different.
Discover AQ also uses automobiles to collect data on Interstate I-95. No, Mr. Scientist, that's not a time machine. That's a regular car fitted with LiDAR to collect data for Discover AQ. Be careful merging onto 95. So the LiDAR mobile, or the Discover AQ mobile, what kind of equipment is this here?
Well, this kind of embodies in a mobile form what we have spread throughout the network. This is a sun photometer. Okay. That's a LiDAR, and there's about 10 LiDARs in the network that are basically sending a green pulse of light vertically, measuring how long it takes to be returned. And that timing gives us the position of where the aerosols are suspended in the atmosphere. So these two, with a fixed ground state, are working together mobily. So we're driving the length of I-95 up to the Delaware line, turning around, coming back, and doing these profiles and getting extinction where basically the I-95 corridor.
The cool part about Discover AQ is that all these assets operate at the same time, gathering lots of data in the column. And how do we make all these assets available on the ground? With help from our partners like Howard University and other participating institutions.
The first stop is the Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area, and you're going to be going, sort of traveling west across the country. Where are some of the sites you're going to be looking at?
Well, first of all, I would say that question comes to us, which is, why do you need to go to other locations in the first place? So think of Baltimore, Washington as that area on the East Coast that represents the endemic problem of the East Coast generates its own pollution, but it also receives everyone else's pollution as it makes its way across the continent, because weather patterns and the general flow of the atmosphere is from west to east. So Maryland represents an opportunity to look at local emissions in the context of also what's coming from upstream. Houston represents a very different condition, and we want to see the variety of factors that drive air quality. So in Houston, you're looking at a place where the petrochemical industry is highly concentrated, and the emissions that come from that lead to a chemical mixture that's actually quite different than you would find, say, in Maryland. And then finally, we find places like the Central Valley of California, where the wintertime is actually when air quality has a big problem. Particulate matter can come from the direct burning of substances, you know, anything from wood burning to crop burning, to actually the crops in the Central Valley and dust being blown up by wind. So all of that particulate matter in the wintertime is squeezed into a very thin atmospheric layer. Without the heating of the sun as much as you get in the summer, things mix into a much smaller volume, and that ends up concentrating it to much higher concentrations. So it's a difficult problem.
Well, Jim, I want to thank you so much. Good luck on your mission. Next 4 or 5 years is going to be wonderful to see. I can't wait to read all the papers down the road. So.
That's right. We're looking forward to it.
You've heard it from Jim. You're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
I thought these were data gathering instruments, but it was pointed out to me that these are the international colors of safety, not science. So they won't be gathering any data. Oh, it's hot up here. Haven't been this hot since I was roofing back at Shawshank. And for the record, nothing about this air quality needs to be discovered. Lawn maintenance shed. Now here's some equipment I can relate to. Not exactly.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Oh, that's complete mark.
Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
We're here at NASA Langer Research Center's Landing and Impact Research Facility,
where for many years they've tested all kinds of vehicles.
And we have a new addition to the facility, which is the Hydro Impact Basin.
Which you'll see in a little bit is a big, giant test swimming pool.
And right behind us is the Orion Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, test article that's going to be dropped in the pool today. We're going to be doing a water landing test. But before we do that, we had a chance to catch up with some of the project managers from Johnson Space Center and Langley Research Center on the Orion MPCV at the ribbon cutting ceremony.
NASA is on a reinvigorated path of exploration, innovation, and technological development, leading to an array of challenging missions and destinations.
We're here at Mark Kirschitz, who's a Deputy Project Manager for the Orion Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle at NASA Johnson Space Center. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, tell us about, what is MPCV all about?
The Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle is one of 2 key elements of our country's new human space exploration program. The Space Launch System is the rocket, and the MPCV is the crew capsule. It's a 5-meter capsule, slightly bigger than the Apollo, which was a little bit less than a 4-meter capsule. Weighs about 20,000 pounds, seats 4 crew for the duration of the exploration mission.
Now, the whole idea behind MPCV, let's say we're going to Mars one day. I mean, will that capsule itself actually go to Mars, or is that the capsule that will be in low Earth orbit and it'll go into a bigger spacecraft heading to Mars?
Yeah, MPCV will not only carry the crew to and from the surface of the Earth, it will support the crew during the exploration missions To do an exploration mission all the way to Mars, there will have to be additional elements beyond the MPCV and the SLS to augment the capabilities of the spacecraft for that trip.
Now, during the Constellation days, Orion was the vehicle, and now it's being morphed into MPCV. Has it changed at all since the early Orion days?
When we transitioned from Constellation to the new exploration program, we reevaluated all the requirements for the human vehicle, what the vehicle needed to do to go visit other destinations, including near-Earth objects, Mars, the Moon. And amazingly enough, there was so much flexibility built into Orion, the requirements were a perfect fit for the new exploration program.
The gantry has been repurposed from the time of the lunar lander to drop an aircraft to now the pool here. How did we come up with the Hydro Impact Basin?
Well, basically, Orion had made a decision to switch from a land landing to water landing. And at that time, there was no facility in the world that could do swings and do swings into the water. There's a lot of facilities that do vertical drops in the water, but we really needed to have a true landing scenario where you actually have to swing and drop in the water.
The Orion crew vehicle is similar to that of the Apollo vehicle.
Right.
How did they test for splash tests with Apollo?
Actually, they did the same type of test. They built a water basin over in California in Downey, and they swung with a carriage swing parallelogram just like we have here, and they swung and dropped the Apollo into the water basin.
How important is it to actually have facilities like this to conduct water landing tests?
Oh, you know, real tests are critical, super important to the development of any new spacecraft. And this is a very unique facility here. It allows us to do two things. First of all, it allows us to repetitively drop the test article so we can do tests over and over and over. And also, with a gantry behind me, it allows us to carefully control the conditions at which we drop the spacecraft. Things like its vertical velocity, its horizontal velocity, and the angle at which it hits the water are all very important parameters. And we have to vary each of these parameters to explore what we call the envelope, the operational envelope of the Orion spacecraft.
When you look at the pool here, you have these markings back here on the back. What are they used for?
They're called photogrammetry targets, and so we can use those as optical measurements. We put targets on the actual test vehicle, dots, black dots, and with those two optical targets, you can determine the velocities and test conditions at release. The water basin, its importance is really for calibrating simulation models. We can do more simulations very cheaply rather than doing a lot of drop tests. You still need tests to validate your models. And so this is the purpose of the basin, is to help validate our models and verify that we know how to simulate water landings.
Now, do you see maybe an eventual water landing test in the ocean at some point in the future? Or?
We don't have that in our plan. We can accomplish everything we need to do right here at this facility.
Well, when do we expect to see MPCV in flight?
Well, our current flight test is planned for the late 2013, early 2014 timeframe. We're working with our headquarters colleagues and our partners at the Marshall Space Flight Center who are developing the SLS to sync up our schedules and our budgets to develop the full schedule all the way to the first human flight. But we anticipate our first unmanned test flight in late 13, early 14.
Beyond tests on the multi-purpose crew vehicle, are there any future uses for it?
Oh, there's a lot of uses, especially over in the helicopter rotorcraft community and also in the aerospace community. And I know that Lisa Jones, the facility head, she's got several aerospace companies that are interested in dropping their aircraft here as well. And we can accommodate those types of sizes as well.
So the life of the Hydro Impact Basin will outlive the Orion and Return to Space program?
Most likely it will. Still be here 50 years from now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
You're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Does it look good? You love that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great.
Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
You were smart to come in right away.
I almost didn't come in. Just imagine if I'd waited.
Getting questions.
Steve, are you okay?
My hand just went numb, but I'll be okay. Let's keep going.
It could be a stroke. You need to get to the hospital now.
It's fine now, really.
Oh, no, Steve, you need to get to the hospital. If it's nothing, I'll buy you lunch.
Earlier today, Steve had a transient ischemic attack, or TIA. TIAs are mini-strokes, often leading to a stroke at a later time. There is a simple stroke and TIA test called FAST. Face, does your face droop? Arm, does your raised arm drift downward? Speech, is your speech slurred? Time, if anyone exhibits these symptoms, don't waste time. Taking fast action can mean a second chance at life. Don't let a TIA get the best of you. Call 911 or get to the nearest hospital fast. For more information, contact National Stroke Association, 1-800-STROKES.
I think he had fun writing it. You know, he was a modern composer, but he was writing in this classical style. It reminds me maybe of somebody restoring an old car. You know, they keep things original, but then they put their own little thing in it, like cup holders and subwoofers and a Model T. So I like that. I think he enjoyed writing that. This next piece, Happy, everyone asks me, what in the world does that have to do with classical music? So I'm going to tell you real quick. I was trying to explain to the students that when you play Mozart and Haydn, they didn't have to write every dot and dash on the music, that the musicians of the day would have understood that instinctively. So I was asking them, okay, what's a song you know? And they all, I mean like 99% said Happy. So I said, okay, if I gave you Happy, the composer would not have to put every little mark. You would just know how it felt, just because you're used to hearing this music. So I went and did a little research, and I found out that Happy is indeed a very happy and fun song. And I also found out that somebody was arranging it for youth, not for youth, for a string orchestra. So we were able to perform it. And I'm thinking that we could be one of the first string orchestras actually to perform this. We haven't even had this probably just about a month, so it's brand new. So they had a lot of fun playing this. So we'll finish with that, and then Ode to Joy, which from Beethoven's incredible final Ninth Symphony, you'll all recognize it. So I think it's a great way to end our concert with happy and joyful, because that's just the kind of year we've had, happy and joyful, and that's our wish here at CPO for all of our students. So have fun if you want to sing, if you want to clap, if you want to dance, just go right ahead, because I'm telling you, this one's really happy and fun.
Welcome to the concert. I'm glad you're all here. It's kind of warm up here. It's nice to see everybody here. Next number we're going to do, our assistant conductor Michael Armstrong will conduct for us, and it's the March Militaire. And what we've done is we've added some of the new strings from the last orchestra to play this number with us, kind of getting them warmed up and moving to the next level. We hope. So that's what we're looking for. So Michael, if you come on out, Michael Armstrong, our assistant conductor. we're going to do something kind of special for you that's very, very different. It's the brainchild of our percussion coach, Bonnie Voss. She had brought this to me and said, hey, we need more for the percussion, and I got an idea. I said, oh, okay, let's do that. So we're going to do this Dr. Seuss thing called Gerald McBoing, and it's from the 50s, so I'm sure there's something, I couldn't possibly remember that, but some of you might. And we have, it's going to feature our percussion section, and a small wind section, and a cello and viola. But we've got a really special person that's going to come in today and narrate for us. And if you look at the back of your programs, you can look at that later, you notice that on November the 2nd, we're going to do a concert here with a 100-piece symphony orchestra with the 4 Preps and the new Chordettes. And you're going to hear some old tunes that it will rock you out. I've seen them perform. They're amazing. So our narrator today is one of the 4 Preps. And if you look, you see his biography, he goes way back. He's a pop icon, okay? He's still kicking. And right now, he runs the 4 Preps, and his wife is the head of the new Chordettes. So we're getting really excited. We're getting really revved up for this November benefit concert. It will benefit the youth orchestra. We're hoping to sell it out, make a lot of money, and help these kids. So I'd like to introduce to you now Mr. Bob Duncan.
This is the story of Gerald McCloy and the strange thing that happened to that young boy. They say it all started when Gerald was 2. At least most of the kids start talking at that time, too. He started talking. You know what he said? He didn't talk words. He went instead. "What's that?" cried his father, his face turning gray. "That's a very odd thing for a young boy to say." And poor Gerald's father rushed to the phone and quick dialed the number of Dr. Malone. "Come over fast," the poor father pled. "Our boy can't speak words. He goes boing, boing instead." In no time at all, the doctor was there. My, he said, "this case is quite rare." Gerald opened his mouth, noises started to flow, and then little Gerald went. Times in a row. "I see," said the doctor. "It's just as you said. He doesn't speak words. He goes putty-ump, crash bang instead. I've no cure for this. I can't handle the case." And he picked up his pills and walked out of the place. Months passed, and Gerald got louder and louder, till one day he went like a big keg of powder. It was then that his father said, "Oh, this is enough. He'll drive us both mad with this terrible stuff. A boy of his age shouldn't sound like a fool. He's got to learn words. We must send him to school." Gerald was scrubbed, and his hair was brushed neat. Then he was sent to the school on Mulberry Street. But a half an hour later, oh, alas and alack, with a note from his teacher, little Gerald came back.
From Public School 7 to Mrs. McCloy. Your little son Gerald's a most helpless boy. We cannot accept him, for we have a rule that a pupil must not go in our school. Your boy will go all his life, I'm afraid. Sincerely yours, Fanny Schultz, teacher, first grade. Now, Gerald's mother sent him outside to play. That way, at least, he'd be out of her way. But poor little Gerald, when he went outside, found if a fellow goes, no one wants him around. When a fellow goes, he can't have any pals, and his frightened the gals. Yeah, they all shouted. Your name's not McCloy. You're Gerald McBoing Boing, the noise-making boy. Now Gerald was sad, and in shame hung his head. He didn't go out. He just wished he was dead. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't speak words, but made noises instead. One late night, he went out in the snow, though Gerald knew he had no place to go. He'd never make good, he thought with a sob. A boy who makes noises can't hold down a job. His sad heart was breaking. He'd jump on a train. He knew he could never come home again. But suddenly, while he ran clippity-clop, there came out of the night a voice shouting, "Stop!" Aren't you Gerald McBoing Boing, the lad with the drums? My boy, you can still be the pride of your chums. I can make you the most famous lad in the nation, for I own the radio station. I need a smart fellow to handle the traps, who can play on a gourd while his castanets claps. Your timbre is great, your gong is inspired. Quick, come to. Nick Boing Boing, you're hired. Now we switch to a concert already in progress on station BOING, Gerald's permanent address. You'll hear from this lad unbelievable sounds. On the drums and the cymbals, he has skills that have no bounds. Hold on to your seat. You'll witness the wonder of the musical world. For Gerald can't blunder, he'll make no mistake. This musical show stars Gerald McBoing Boing. He's ready to go.
Now Gerald is rich, he has friends, he's well fed, 'cause he doesn't speak words. He goes instead.
Thank you again for being here. There's a really special soloist today. See? Matthew Chen. You can read about his bio. He's won, like every award there is to win, and he just won the other night that we didn't get into the program. He had received at Oaks Christian Commencement the Dallas Price Van Breda Artistic Expression Award, and he is the first graduate in the history of Oaks Christian to attend the Juilliard School of Music. So we're really proud of that. There's 32 graduates today, and I could probably talk 15, 20 minutes about each one. I'm probably longer than that. Got a lot of stories about these people. But one little story about Matthew, and he's probably going to kill me for telling you this story, but when he was in the third grade, he couldn't really sit in the chair because he was too small. So he didn't want to sit on the stool. He kept telling his dad, "I want to sit on the stool." He said, "I have to sit on the stool because you're not big enough." So we're not really sure. We think he's been around for 11 years, 9 years. We're not sure. He's just been here forever. He holds the distinction of being a section leader, one of the youngest section leaders for the longest time. So without further ado, Matthew Chen. Well, since we have two wonderful seniors here, Matthew and Cameron are going to do a little encore for you. And this is the Passacaglia by Halverson. Wow. There's nothing else I can say. If I could get Michelle Bowman to come out. I forgot something. Karen, would you please come out here? Michelle has been a faithful board member and supporter for a long time. I believe it's back to 2002. We've traveled the world together. We've been to Europe. We've been to Hawaii. We've had so much fun. And the plaque says, with our appreciation, Michelle Bowman, thank you for your service as the president from 2010 to 2014 and your contributions to inspiring youth through music. Thank you, Michelle.
I couldn't do this without the support of the board of directors. I couldn't do this without the support of the volunteers. And I certainly would never have gotten involved had it not been for Bill Benson and Karen, my son David, who recently graduated Cal State Northridge with a degree in music performance. I don't play an instrument. I play spreadsheets. I can play a typewriter pretty good. But I really do appreciate this, and it's been a pleasure. It's an honor to serve. Thank you.
That was the La Gazza Ladra overture from the opera. And the opera, I've read it, and it's so convoluted, and it's about a bird that comes down and steals a silver spoon, and they blame somebody in town for doing it, and they're getting ready to prosecute him, and I don't know, maybe cut his head off, who knows. But the bird comes back and drops the spoon, and everything ends beautifully. So that's the story. Now we're going to play for you the most important four notes ever written in the history of music. Okay? Fate Knocking at the Door. What we'll do is we'll play the first movement, then we'll announce our seniors, our graduates, and then we'll end with the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Enjoy this, because we've had a lot of fun learning it and playing it. You're going to have a lot of fun hearing it. if my dear friend and colleague, Karen Sanchez, would come out. She's going to help me this year for a number of reasons. Biggest reason is I'm a big crybaby. So we're going to announce each name, years they've been in the orchestra, school they're going to, and their majors. And they're going to stand up, and if we'd like to get out of here before 10 o'clock tonight, let's hold our applause until they're all up. Graduates, stand up and stand, and we'll give a big thundering applause at the end. Okay, here we go. Karen, you start. I'm trying to breathe.
Take your time. Haley Gaidos, 5 years, UC Berkeley, English major.
Alexandria Elia, 3 years, University of St. Andrews in Scotland, neuroscience.
Braxton Lazar, 5 years, University of Arizona, electrical and computer engineering.
Aiden Saito, 4 years, La Sierra University, chemistry.
John Sotali, 6 years, UCSB, physics.
Matthew Chin, 9, 10, 11, we're not sure, years, the Juilliard School of Music, cello performance.
Justin Buchanan, 3 years, UCLA, pre-med.
Alicia Carducci, 4 years, UCSB, political science.
Min Kwan, 5 years, Yale University, economics.
Soheil Bami, 9 years, UC Berkeley, computer science and engineering.
Okay. James Arndt, 1 year, Arizona State University, chemical engineering.
Ryan Swanson, 3 years, UC Davis, animal sciences.
Bryce Kramer, 4 years, University of Massachusetts, music performance.
Gavin Wright, 2 years, New England Conservatory, trumpet performance.
Gary Babich, 2 years, Moorpark College, electrical engineering.
Kamale King, 1 year, UC Santa Cruz, bioengineering.
Tucker Bowes, 5 years, Cal State Channel Islands, history.
Braxton Torres, 3 years, Cal Arts, bassoon performance.
Amy Lee, 3 years, UC Berkeley, chemical engineering.
Jenna Brown Rout, 2 years, American University, public health.
Sophie Seymour, 4 years, Loyola Marymount University, business administration.
Margaret Harrison, 2 years, University of the Pacific, music therapy.
Jared Schnapper, 4.5 years, UC Berkeley, biological sciences and neurobiology.
Kevin Lee, 7 years, Boston College, undecided.
Vincent Chang, 11 years, UC Irvine, computer science.
Don't. Alan Chin, 5 years, Cornell University, policy analyst and management. This one's a hard one. You want me to do it?
Yes.
She can't do this one. Ryan Legault, 11 years, CSUN, music and psychology.
Thank you. Okay, J.L. Minor, 4 years, Pepperdine University, psychology.
McKenna Coker, 9 years, Wheaton College, English.
Cameron Daly, 6 years, Yale University, global affairs.
Joshua Lai, 6 years, UCLA, linguistics and computer science.
Shant Andrikian, 4 years, Santa Monica College, undecided.
Kate Draper, 2 years, Dickinson College, the classics. And we have one more. We have one of our coaches, longtime coaches, been with us forever, who is just graduated, David Bowman, as a graduate of Cal State Northridge in music double bass performance. There's our graduates. A big round of applause. It was fate. Okay, we're gonna finish our program with the last movement of the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Hope you've enjoyed the concert. Please mark the date, November 2nd, for our big concert with the four preps and the chordettes. It will be a hoot, I guarantee it. So we've enjoyed you coming. Thank you all for being here and supporting us. And now, the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5.
Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
You like 58.
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Does it look good? You want that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great.
Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org.
Name a monthling.
Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a strong presence in international business. Known for its excellent schools, miles of countryside open space, great restaurants, and premium shopping centers, Thousand Oaks ranks among the top 10 safest cities in the nation and is also celebrated as the ideal setting to raise a family. With a population of 130,000, Thousand Oaks is located in Ventura County, bordering the greater Los Angeles area. Popular tourist destinations, International Airport, and numerous attractions are just a short drive away. Leaving the frenetic lifestyle to LA, Thousand Oaks instead invests in a slower, small-town feel while affording all the comforts and refinements expected of a modern metropolitan area.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead, and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air.
there's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Okay, the first number that we are diving into this week is a huge production number called What You Want, and it takes place when Elle has finally made the decision that in order to get her boyfriend Warner back, she needs to follow him all the way to Harvard Law School, so she studies really hard for the LSATs. But another portion of the admissions process is to submit a personal essay.
We're all of her cheerleader Delta Nu friends, and we're there to support her, and instead of writing an admissions essay, she had this big, huge dance number, so that's what we're doing at Harvard.
And it's a really fun, chaotic, crazy, exciting number.
We're using Jerry Mitchell's original choreography, which is a really cool mix of cheerleading choreography, as well as some of us are learning how to be flag holders, other people are learning how to be in a marching band, even though they're just musical theater dancers.
And it transforms from the beginning. It goes into so many different things. All of a sudden, first you're in cheerleading, then you're in African, then you're in crazy.
We have trumpets, we have drums, we
tap break,
a little tap break,
lifts,
yeah,
stunting,
everything. Yeah, it's got a little of everything.
5, 6, 7, 8, do the Harlem Shake. What?
So the actors really have to be on their game to know I'm doing this step here, and then I have to book it downstage because somebody's going to fly at me with a flag or a trumpet or a drumstick or something like that. It moves at such a rapid pace that you have to be 10 beats ahead of it.
Oh, I'm having so much fun. I'm sweating, but I'm having the best time of my life doing this.
The performers that we have here are just fantastic, and I'm just excited to share all the joy that we've been able to be a part of with Legally Blonde in previous years, that now they get to enjoy that same excitement.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle. Now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.